Aussie #1 Damon Heta will no doubt have another ridiculous walk-on as he comes on to face Dylan Slevin in the third game of the afternoon. Steve Beaton, the bronze Adonis, against heavy metal Ryan Searle. Dave Chisnall, the #2 seed, two-time winner on the Euro Tour this year already. Is it a year that Chizzy dominates the European circuit? He goes up against Geert Nentjes, very fortunate to be here after scraping through against David Pisek of the Czech Republic yesterday. Martin Schindler versus Kim Huybrechts. He's the German #2 versus the Belgian #2. It's Belgium's Mario Vandenbogaerde against the #5 seed Van Duijvenbode. And Nathan Aspinall, a first-time finalist on the European Tour this year, goes up against Smash Martin Lukeman in the final game of the session. Let's get it underway. Here's our MC, Filip Brzezinski.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second day of the 2023 Gambrinus Czech Darts Open. The second round brought to you live by the PDC Europe as we're coming to you from the PVA Expo here in Prague. Praho, ideme rád šipky! Then let's meet our first two players. Would you please welcome first from the Netherlands, with titles on the Pro Tour and the European Tour, a UK Open finalist. Time to meet the Dutch destroyer, Vincent van der Voort. And his opponent from England, the world #24, a finalist on the European Tour and the reigning UK Open champion. Time to meet Goldfinger Andrew Gilding. You're indestructible, always believe it. After the rush has gone, I hope you find a little more time. Remember we were partners then we tried. It's only 2 years ago, the man with the September face knew that he was there on the case. Now he's in love with And ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation for one half of our refereeing team here in Prague, and that is the one and only George Noble.
Well, yesterday had a bit of everything here at the PVA Expo in Prague. Magnificent 170 checkouts, cracking scoring, some ridiculous missed big numbers and bust scores. There was an equal mixture of disappointment and delight in the crowd as two of the Czech boys, Dalibor Smolik and Karel Sedlacek, reached round 2. Things are only going to improve as we welcome the 16 seeded players to Czechia. Defending champion Luke Humphries is in action this evening. Michael van Gerwen is looking for back-to-back Euro Tour titles. Dave Chisnall is looking for a Euro Tour hat-trick in 2023. And to emphasise how strong the field is, we're kicking off with the sole major winner from this season in Andrew Gilding, who takes on Vincent van der Voort in a real clash of the styles. It was the Dutchman who conquered a former winner of this tournament in Jamie Hughes yesterday, and he's looking to finally give his season a little bit of lift-off. My name's Dan McCarthy, and I'm delighted as always to be joined by Paul Nicholson. If I was to sum up yesterday in one word, that word would be loud, and I'm kind of expecting a bit more of the same.
Well said, Dan, and good afternoon, everybody, wherever you're tuning in from, because today will be loud once again. And we do have Dalibor Smolik 100 playing this afternoon in the second game against Josh Rock, so he knows exactly what he's in for. But you and I have talked off the air, Dan, before we get too deep into this game.
85.
Joe Cullen, if you're watching this, be ready for tonight. You may have played away games in your career, but maybe tonight will be one of the loudest and most vociferous. Be ready.
42.
Yeah, and if you've packed your earplugs, Joe, wear them.
Vandenbogaerde yesterday was very useful against Jamie Hughes.
40.
As we said at this point yesterday, Dan, in this tournament we've had all of the former winners and all of the former finalists. But former winner Hughes is gone. Humphreys, who is the defending champion in this tournament, will come later. Stephen Bunting was playing yesterday and was defeated.
100.
And Rob Cross, you will see a little bit later, who was the runner-up here around 12 months ago.
Vincent Vandenbogaerde is just looking to give his season a bit of a turbocharge because it's been a tough old slog for him so far. I mean, we can't really go through this game without touching on his comments to our MC, Philip Brzezinski, when he beat Jamie yesterday, essentially saying that he doesn't want to be here. Now, Vincent Vandenbogaerde, over the years, has something has distracted the Dutchman. I'm not really sure, to be honest.
Well, to be honest with you, when Vincent gives you a long stare, you ask him what he wants.
98.
He's got quite the presence on the stage.
What I loved about that was that Andrew Gilding didn't move a flicker. Nothing from him.
Well, these are two very different characters when it comes to playing the game and people in life, in fact. Andrew plods along, does his thing, and then if it goes his way, great. If it doesn't, he moves on. Whereas Vandenbogaerde has been a bit more outspoken in his career, and we love him for it.
76.
Yeah, we'll
Vincent
touch on that
Vandenbogaerde,
after this leg is
76.
finished because Vincent Vandenbogaerde is looking for an early break of throw. Double 8 required. Now across for double 4.
68.
An early spurned opportunity. Not been a lightning quick start for either player as we go into a 7th visit, but it is Gilding who gets his first leg of the afternoon. A 19 darter. But just going back to the point I was making, Vincent Vandenbogaerde said that he doesn't really want to be here.
60.
He said that he's struggling for motivation. Now, this is a player who has been, for every year for the past 10, 15 years, has always been in every TV major. He's always done enough in the Pro Tours, in these
58.
Euro Tours to get there. As it stands, he's nowhere near Ali Pali. And because of that, he's obviously nowhere near the match play or the Grand Prix. I mean, I was going to ask, are we seeing the decline of Vincent? That's evidence that we're not, but overall, it's been a tough year.
Early in his game yesterday with Jamie Hughes, I said that there were signs that he was
47.
maybe regressing a little bit, averaging under 90 for the season. That's not Vincent. Now, ultimately, he knows that human beings get older.
47.
Sometimes motivation is harder to come by. But the first 3 legs of yesterday, you thought, that's the Vincent Vandenbogaerde that I know and love. There are signs that his game is there. But as far as Goldfinger's concerned, he doesn't need any motivation right now. He's loving being a dart player. Whereas Vincent
100.
has just got a bit of a grey question mark against him. And the only person who can really answer the big questions are Vincent. And I leave them up to him. But he'll still want to win this game. It'll be very difficult, though, when Gilding is putting that thumb up to the delight of that 180 card flailing squad behind him.
Yeah, back-to-back.
54.
Thumbs up
And
from
he
Gilding.
requires
Back-to-back
36.
limbs. This is much better.
Okay,
Very, very clinical from Gilding. 2 out of 2 on the doubles. Wasn't a great first leg, but those back-to-back 180s really have sparked him into life. A player who, a couple of years ago, was going into 2022, just hoping to hold on to his tour card. He's progressed so much in the past year. I mean, forget the UK Open win. The fact that he's now a seed for these Euro Tours just shows how consistent he is on the Pro Tour and how many good results he's been picking up.
That's very true, but there's another level to find when it comes to these seedings. Look at that number 15 next to his name. That's as good as it's ever gotten for Andrew in a seeding position on the European Tour. He was seeded 16th over the last couple of weeks. He will be seeded 16th for the next European Tour event. But if you look at Trier in late June, he's not even there. Not seeded, didn't qualify. So for me, one thing that he'd really like to do is to go deep in this or even win the whole thing, and his seeding would give him more comfort. He might even have the luxury in the next year of not having to go to qualifiers on Mondays. That's where you know you're playing well, because you're going home after Players' Championship events, and the majority of players are staying for qualifiers. So there is motivation in the immediate ether here for Goldfinger.
Yeah, the reason why Gilding is 15 here and 16 next time is because Michael Smith decided not to play this weekend. And it does potentially set up another meeting with Dave Chisnall, assuming he gets past here at Nentjes. Andrew Gilding's best run in a Euro Tour was the final of the Belgian Darts Open last year against Dave Chisnall.
A rare miss at the double from Gilding.
51.
And he doubles down on the miss, but Vandenbogaerde can't pounce. Vincent not playing at the same level as the first half of the game yesterday, where he was well over 100. This is mid-80 stuff.
24.
And Andrew is just meandering his way to the halfway point, potentially. Another great guide. Couldn't use it last time. Oh, he's moving to the middle.
No score. Vincent, you require 44.
Yeah, you mentioned that. You'd never see Andrew Gilding move, even if there is a so-called blocker dart. Vincent jumps all over that.
One thing that I was really surprised by when I was looking through these guys' profiles this morning, now obviously being around these players for a long time, you get to know their tendencies and what their strengths are. You always are looking deeper to see what's happened between them in their careers. And when they've played each other, I was surprised to see that they've played each other 12 times before. I didn't think they'd played each other that many times. In fact, their first meeting was back in 2014, and their last one was in 2012. But they've only played on the European Tour once before. That was in 2017, where Vincent won comfortably by 6 legs to 2. But if you look at the average, for example, for Gilding that day, it was 84 and change. Very rare that he averages like that these days.
97.
Yeah, he's a player who, when he wants to, can explode into that range of 110. When it's all clicking, with that lovely smooth style he's got,
58.
he's a player who can hit 180s for fun.
Last summer, when he was having this really good spell where he didn't pick up a title, he lost in a final to Danny Jansen, he lost in a final to Danny Noppert on the Pro Tour.
140.
But if you look at his stats throughout that spell, there were so many huge performances. I'm not talking about 105 here. I'm talking about well over 110.
And what the UK Open showed is that he's got that real grit and resilience, because midway through that final against MVG, it looked like it was going to be very routine for the Green Machine. But Gilding came back.
And he's taken on MVG's best pal today. So maybe Vincent can exact a little bit of revenge before Michael graces the tournament a little bit later on tonight. And he will take on Mike de Decker of Belgium. Great dart from Andrew, and finds his way back to the outer ring without mistake for a 3-1 lead. This is very good without being spectacular. In fact, It's under his seasonal average of 94.35.
Yeah, it's just that leg 3 blip at double 12, really, that's cost him a few points on the average.
Just going back to what we were talking about with Vincent, motivation is such a big word in sport. You might think, what more motivation do you need than being in front of all of these people in an emerging nation in the sport, trying to win an extra £1,500? Now, ultimately, Vincent has been very candid in the last few years, saying that he doesn't necessarily love the sport like he once did. He became a darting mercenary. He plays for money for his family, and I don't mind that at all. There are people who may not understand it, and that's entirely your proclivity.
32.
But the fact of the matter is, motivation right now is hard for Vincent to come by. And when you're in that little spell, it's difficult to get out of it.
100.
Yeah, and the more poor results you have, the more that will feed into a sense of low confidence. If you're not playing well, you'll struggle to motivate yourself because you think, why will I bother? Because I won't win anything.
Yeah. There have been people in team sports and other individual sports who've had the same problems, and ultimately they have walked away. I remember former Ryder Cup golfer Anthony Kim. Amazing golfer.
96.
One of the main reasons why the Americans got the Ryder Cup back in a spell where Europe really dominated. And within a couple of years, he said, I don't want to play anymore. Just left the game like that.
132, 411.
Well, the way that Vincent played yesterday suggests that he does still have that fire in the belly. He played really well against Jamie Hughes. 2 out of 3 darts landed in the double, an average of 93.
His biggest problem here is that Gilding is finding a lot of legs with only 1 dart a double. This is really, really good. Now, if you look at Gilding throughout this match and the legs he's won and how he's won them, his checkouts are flawless. That upright stance with that angled right foot, nothing moves. Just that arm into a lovely set position, back and forward. Now,
60.
a lot of people will concentrate when they watch Andrew on his idiosyncrasies, this walking the line. But look at the technique. It's elite.
60.
It's very,
If he has a fault, it's only on his 3rd dart. He tends to jump on it. That's it.
it's very kind of almost Barney, yes, where it almost looks like he's putting no force into throwing the dart, just letting the dart do the work, just letting the arm move forward.
Just look at the right arm here and just look how smooth it is when it comes through. Smooth. There's no real violence with that action.
83.
It's only dart 3 where he has a weakness, where the shoulder gets involved, he tends to jump his lower body up. If he can stop that, then I think he will find another 1 or 2% with his game.
21.
As it stands, it's cantering to victory.
It's starting to sound like Jerry Cinnamon.
439.
It might be a canter, but it might not. And you do fancy if Gilding does get a dart, a double 12 here,
87.
or even 2 of them, or 1 at tops. Based on how he's played so far in this game, you fancy it's going to go.
Double 12 caused problems for him in leg 3. Another shuffle.
54.
That's the only double that's caused him problems in this game.
Whatever you do, Andrew, don't leave double 12.
Oh, a great dart from Vincent. That was not really a rangefinder with dart 2.
7 flag, Andrew to throw.
I do believe that
first.
member of the crowd was here
Game on.
yesterday, and she got a lot of camera action. She's got a different outfit on today. Lots more fans in today as well. We had a great attendance for a Friday afternoon yesterday.
100.
Just a shade over 1,000. A few more in the evening. But get ready for this afternoon. We've got over 1,500. And tonight, you can double it.
121.
That's what I'm talking about when it comes to Joe Cullen's experience with a certain Karol Sedlacek.
Well, if you want loudness, get ready for the next game. Dalibor Smolik
59.
got past Richard Vainstra yesterday in a peculiar old game of darts.
I can't stop saying his name, you know. I think it sounds like something from Lord of the Rings.
85.
Dalibor Smolik, or something from Harry Potter. Gilding can't leave a finish from 3-4-2. He knows that. And he's faltered there,
36.
giving Vincent a little bit of hope. Problem for Vinny is that 18 darters are what he's winning legs with.
140.
3 of the 4 legs that Andrew has won have been won better than that. So you don't need to be a genius to figure out who the better player is in this game.
127. This is 155. $99.
That's really interesting. I was looking at the 17s there.
Yeah, so was
So
I.
in having 75, if he'd have hit the 57, he would have left himself on
Double 9.
double 9, which makes absolutely no sense. And in the background, Vincent's thinking, what did I just do?
96.
It might actually be a good thing that he missed the treble.
But what it does do is it'll give him 2 darts at tops, unless there's a disaster there, which there isn't.
36.
Not so proficient.
And you
On
require
tops this time.
83.
Now 83 is in the ballpark where it may only be 1 at bull.
Yeah,
It's
but
going to
look,
be much, much better than that.
look on the bright side, it's not double 12.
Well, every time Gilding has
59.
shuffled over, the dart hasn't hit the
Division
target.
20.
It's like that song, Every Day I'm Shuffling. It doesn't work for him. Double 5.
15.
That may be the biggest mistake of this match.
Andrew,
And look,
you
Andrew's on
require
double 12
24.
again.
Did he hit that single 8 on purpose? He's staring down the double 12 and finally he hits it. And that's a belter.
And Jake Vincent to throw first. Game on.
Another Jerry Cinnamon reference. I like you.
Yeah, did you get what I did there?
I did. And there you can see what's happening when it comes to the visits and the
83.
doubles hit. It's been a little bit crazy in quite a few regards, actually. But I don't think we'll get anywhere near as crazy a game today as we did with Mario Vandenbogaerde
93.
and Matt Campbell yesterday. That had me in a real spin.
We were laughing really through most of that game. It was a mix of absolutely brilliant darts. I mean, it was littered with quality, and then there was quite a few missed big numbers.
Yeah,
Weird.
I think that was one of the biggest stories of the day, especially when it came to one of the home nation qualifiers who had a lot of column inches yesterday because of a significant bust
59.
shot. I think that's how it was worded. But
Yeah,
Van der Voort might be going bust in this game because Andrew's got possibly 9 darts from 268 to find his way through to another Sunday on the European Tour.
Yeah, I don't know how much
97.
sleep David Piszczek got last night, but I think you could probably measure it in minutes rather than hours. He should have beaten here at Nentjes.
Van der Voort's not going to leave a finish.
87.
So Andrew does get 9 darts from where he was. 6 from here. He might even do it in less.
97.
Always seems to be feeding on something, Andrew Gilding, whether it's his opponent or something that he chews on during the match just to keep the energy levels at their peak. He's not far from the climax of his Saturday efforts.
Oh, first match darts.
34.
Andrew Gilding doesn't take it. He should be back. That's what the law of averages suggests, but darts doesn't operate on that usually.
60.
The exit door is calling Vincent's name. Gilding on tops. And a final leg breaker throw means that he will go through to Sunday afternoon. More questions for Vincent van der Voort about his career going forward, but we wish him all the best over the next few weeks leading up to the Summer of Darts. But Andrew Gilding will play again tomorrow in the Czech Darts Open, still looking for his first European Tour title. He will take on either Geert Nentjes or Dave Chisnall, the second seed in tomorrow's last 16. But as we move forward in the last 32, we've got one of the home nation qualifiers coming next in Dalibor Smolik up against one of the rising stars of world darts in Joshua.
Ladies and gentlemen, our first man through to the third round of the 2023 Gambrinus Czech Darts Open is Goldfinger Andrew Gilding. Andrew, 6 to win against Vincent van der Voort. Commanding scoreline, and you didn't really have to play your best game there.
No, it wasn't great, was it? I mean, hopefully you start the tournament getting through with the minimum and then get better each round. Hopefully that'll happen this week.
Well, fingers crossed for you there. The guys on commentary just said there, you've never been seeded higher than you're here at the Czech Darts Open, seeded on 15, seeded 16 in Sindelfingen in 2 weeks' time, and then you won't be in Trier. So a good run, a deep run here, that would make a lot of things a lot easier for you.
Yeah, I'm still concentrating on the match play in the Grand Prix. So do as well as I can and get into those.
Andrew, best of luck doing that, and best of luck tomorrow in the third round. Congratulations on the win. Ladies and gentlemen, Goldfinger, Andrew Gilding.
Welcome back to Prague. We have our second game imminent, but this man is the first through to the last 16 of the Czech Darts Open in 2023, courtesy of his 6th win in his career against Vincent van der Voort. 91.3 at the average. The first 9 was actually lower than his overall average, and Andrew admitted that it wasn't the greatest game, but it does put him through to the last 16, and he will have a chance of winning this title tomorrow. As far as our next game is concerned, things are about to get a little bit louder because Josh Rock, one of the finest talents under the age of 25 in world darts, will now take on one of the best talents in Czechia in Dalibor Smolik. Every single person in here, they are standing on their feet in anticipation of welcoming someone from their country. They will see a little bit more from around the world with the likes of Damon Heta, Ryan Searle, the legend Steve Beaton, Martin Schindler, and others this afternoon. But without further ado, let's welcome Dalibor Smolik back to the stage.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2023 Gambrinus Czech Darts Open. The second round brought to you live by the PDC Europe as we're coming to you from the PVA Expo here in Prague. Time now to meet our next 2 players. Would you please welcome first from the Czech Republic in the second round of the European Tour event for the first time in his career. Please welcome Dalibor Smolik! And his opponent from Northern Ireland, the world number 29, with 1 title on the Pro Tour, a European Tour finalist. Can you smell what the Rock is cooking? It's Rocky Josh Rock!
Yes, it's fairly loud in here at the PVA Expo in Prague. But now it's new territory for Dalibor Smolik. But very familiar territory for Josh Rock, who is becoming a bit of a mainstay of the European Tour in 2023. A seeded player now and expected to win today. I'll be very curious to see what kind of performance Dalibor can give up against this young man, because yesterday he was much improved from his exploits in Belgium a week ago, averaging over 91, first 9, close to 99. That's very decent. But when you look at his doubling from yesterday, it was extraordinary. 6 hits from 7 for 85% on the outer ring with 2 ton-plus checkouts. If he can get enough chances and double like yesterday, maybe he can cause another bit of news here in Czechia. He's on home soil, and he will have the crowd behind him. I'm the at Paul Nicholson. This is Dan Dawson, and this is the second match of the day.
Yeah, Dalibor Smolik based here in Prague. A very steady performer. That's not damning him with faint praise. The doubling was world class yesterday, as you mentioned, Paul. But it is very unlikely to be as good as that again today. And if it isn't, that means he's going to have to score significantly better, because Josh Rock has only failed to reach the final day of a Euro Tour once this year. Dalibor Smolik is only playing in his second Euro Tour. He'd only be the third Czech player ever to reach the final day of a European Tour. Gavlas has done it twice, once in this tournament last year and also in Hungary. And Sedlacek has done it a couple of times in Germany.
You make a good point about the doubling, Dan, because if you were to speak to most dart players who study their own statistics and things that they know about what they've done. Take myself, for example. I can probably think of 2 games in my whole career where I've doubled on a stage at 85%. Twice. And that's the thick end of 15 years. So you're right in what you say, that he's probably not going to double to the same sort of likelihood here on Saturday.
And look, while there are a couple of those doubles that did need to go, they were last night in hand in the visit.
100.
You can be worse than that in the percentages, and it make no practical difference to the game. You've got 3 darts at double 16. Doesn't matter if you hit it with dart 1, 2, or 3. It's going to affect your stats. It's about when those misses come.
Another good point, because I would love for us to have the ability to talk about being visit perfect with doubles. If we had that information at hand, we would give it to you.
103. Dalibor, you for 144.
Big ask for the big man. And that has been his miss so far in that treble 20. Slightly low. I think this guy might rival Jason Lowe
64.
when it comes to the size of his hands.
Yes, they are. Oh, the claws of a JCB. Double 8 is there. Josh Rock makes no mistake to get the first leg on the board. Now Rock, a finalist in Graz, a semi-finalist last week in Belgium, quarter-finalist in Leverkusen. He is consistently putting himself in the mix.
80.
And I'm not really seeing anything to suggest that he's not one of the favourites for the title. There are loads of favourites you could pick. I mean, about 2 weeks ago, that Van Duijvenbode would probably have been right up there with the most likely winners. I'm not convinced that he's playing as well since his injury and his hilarious walk-on fall over. I think he hasn't hit the heights since. There haven't been many opportunities, and he might blow us away today when he takes on Mario Vandenbogaerde and sweep aside all of those concerns. But there aren't any concerns about Josh Rock. I don't think there are anyway.
I don't think there's anything to worry about with Josh. I look at the rankings for the World Match Play and they make me laugh, because there is a list of 16 seeds. There's a list of 16 qualifiers. Josh is the top qualifier, and he's actually 37 and a bit thousand ahead of the next qualifier.
And you know what? That 30 that's pretty much, not bang on, but it's pretty much what he's won on the European Tour this year. And that's not taking into account the Euro Tours at the back end of last year either. He has won 35 grand on the Euro Tour and counting this year.
And he's projected to be the 29th player in the world when it comes to the match play. And let's face facts, he's not the 29th best player in the world. He's well better than that.
Well, the Pro Tour Order of Merit, the one-year ranking taken in the floor events and these Euro Tours, that's how they seed these. Josh is here as number 14 seed, but the qualifiers were done back in March. In the intervening time, Josh Rock has launched himself up to number 7 on that list. He's going to be in the seeded positions for a long while to come. And he may be right up near the top as Dalibor eyes up the bullseye. Now, that might be one you can afford to miss. Turns out it is. But these next 2 darts at double, you would think, He has to hit one of them from here. These are the important shots.
12. He doesn't have any trouble on that double, in the same vein as Andrew Gilding in game 1. Somebody said to me yesterday, who shall remain nameless, I know that Richard Veenstra, it was one of my favourite players actually. I know he'd be devastated that he's not here on Saturday. But somebody said, Dalibor winning that game was good for the tournament. It means that we have a home nation representative in the afternoon, and we have one tonight. Listen to that. He's got his own chance.
Yeah, well, they've certainly given plenty of support to their men this weekend, the Czech crowd.
Well, all the people who raised their 180 sign there was as if to say, oh, well, I guess I better do it then.
Yeah, grudging respect for that maximum from Josh.
Got a better reception for that ton from Dalibor.
Well, I thought for a moment Josh Rock was going to be threatening the 9-darter, which last weekend, yeah, nice bit of sportsmanship between the pair of them. But last weekend, in his opening game, he missed the double for it and then went 7 darts into it the very next leg. This lad has gears.
And it was against Chris Dobie, who beat Dalibor in the previous round. And that game on Saturday night was sickening when it comes to the 180 shooting. I think it took me about 2 or 3 hours to get to sleep after that one because it was so exciting. Oh, that's really good from Dalibor. Took him a little bit of time to get going in this game, but he's starting to find his range. And Rock again on a 140 can't take it.
Once again, he leaves himself tops. And once again, Dalibor Smolik faces a situation where he has a chance to win in the leg, but can he take it? Only going to get 1 dart this time. A hush descends on the PVA Expo.
51.
It does not burst into life.
Double top for Rock. 1 left. Oh, and he finds the gap. There's no way that Smolik thought he was coming back in leg 3. Push descends again. And the noise fills this place. And there's one person who really grabbed my attention just before this game began. In the VIP area, there is a young lady who can't be any older than 5 or 6 years old. She might be a little bit older than that, but when Dalibor missed that shot at tops, she was beside herself.
Yeah, she appears to be the leader of the Dalibor Smolik Ultras, and there appear to be quite a few in tonight. And he is giving as good as he's getting here. They both had 4 darts at double. Rock has only hit 1, Dalibor's hit 2. His finishing all weekend so far has been doing the job. But can he keep it up?
I think we might just reference this guy as Dalibor in the future. It's such a strong first name that he's like a Brazilian footballer. And there she is.
Oh, nearly fell off a chair. Dalibor Smolik will have that effect on everybody.
That young lady's going to have some stories to tell school on Monday. Oh, what did you do the weekend? Played with my friends. Saw Dalibor win, maybe.
Knocked back 12 pints of Gambrinus and watched Dalibor Smolik win the Czech Darts Open.
Presume we've moved on to somebody else now.
Well, I don't know how the Czech schooling system works. Lovely dart, leaves double 18. Good guy, do you think? Oh, my word. Well, I tell you what, he's doing well at sticking right on the wire and then not being able to find his way in.
He's the world champion of throwing good darts at double and missing at the minute. It's one of the pitfalls of being an elite player and being able to get the darts so close together. Sometimes that actually works against you. Double 9. Great shot from Josh. We're level again.
Do you know what? Josh Rock, it might be a strange comparison, but the way he throws darts, his technique, it's pretty simple, but it's strong and it's straight. And you don't see him, he hardly throws bad darts. It just seems like they are all delivered with purpose, with authority. And all right, some of them don't find their mark, but he's always in the right area. There's no bad darts. It is a bit like watching a former winner of this title when he was playing his best stuff, Jamie Hughes, where it was thrown with such purpose, such directness, and you just didn't see him throw bad ones. You saw him throw a few bad ones yesterday as he went out of the tournament, but he's not playing as well now as he was back in those days 4 years ago.
I can explain why, actually, because if you look at the follow-through of Jamie Hughes at his peak, maybe 4 years ago, he's still got a lot of time to go, but his follow-through for me is one of the top 3 in world darts. It's so straight in going through. There's no tendency to hook the right arm to the left, to be too eager to retrieve the next shot. Look at Josh, straight down the right line. And what he does is he actually fights the tendency of going for the next dart by saying, do you know what, let's complete this first. The other one I would reference is Mervyn King. He was brilliant at that. Leave the arm out there, then get the next shot.
60, Joshua 167.
Rebel 19. Does he fancy it? No, he doesn't.
130.
Not here to put on a show. He's here to win a game of darts. I mean, he might put on a show while doing so.
A little bit of an apology for not going for it, but he's got nothing to be sorry about because that was the right play.
What's he apologising them for? They all wanted to lose.
Exactly.
Who are you like? Well, a 13 darter, and this is the danger for Dalibor Smolik. He averaged 90 yesterday. He's in that ballpark here. He's finished well, but there is a likelihood that Josh Rock can blast him off the board, because this is the sort of scoring that we've not seen anything to suggest Dalibor can live with.
Correct. Have you noticed every time that Josh wins a leg like the previous one, he just stares down towards the VIP area where his agent sits. It's almost as if he needs somebody there just to give him a look, as if to say, stay focused, you have a mission today. It's a bit like the Green Lantern when he puts the ring next to the lamp. Needs to recharge. I think you're right, Dan. I don't think Dalibor has in his arsenal the capabilities of living with Josh when he's having a first nine of around 110 plus.
Yeah, that's going to mean not just hitting every chance you get, but taking out those enormous combination finishes, because he's likely going to get looks at things like 161 and stuff like that. Let's see. It might be a 161 that he has to take out, and if he doesn't take it out, Rock will likely have a great chance to win the leg. He could, of course, win it now. This time he went for it.
He paid full respect to Dalibor there going for that, because there are lots of people who wouldn't have gone for that. They would have laid up.
I think he should have. The stats say he should have. Michael Van Gerwen says he should have, although he didn't listen to his own advice when he was playing last week.
Still won, though.
Yeah, he did. Double 12. 4-2. And Dalibor Smolik has not had a dart at double since that third leg that he won.
Just looking out to some of the audience, we've got this great position this weekend where we can see the fans. And some people were just clapping at that 25 checkout as if to say, yeah, that's good, but I don't like you.
Well, the winning legs for Josh Rock, 3 14 darters and a 13 darter. You're in the sort of 110 average range in those winning legs. Now, he has lost a couple in 16 and 17 darts. He missed multiple darts in one of those legs. But this is what Josh Rock does on a regular basis. Here's Dalibor's throw. And the one thing you talked about Josh Rock's follow-through, while it is a very steady and metronomic action. There's a lot to like about it for Dalibor Smolik. He perhaps doesn't extend that arm as much. It sort of stops short. doesn't it?
Yeah, it stunts a little bit. He's very much throwing from the back of the barrel and getting the dart to glide through the air. He doesn't actually throw it that hard. Yeah, that hand opens up. He almost puts his palm towards the board.
83.
Almost reminds me of my old pal from Australia, Steve Duke Sr. He used to stunt the arm and let the hand open. It's very much more a classic
60.
effort here from Josh, where the wrist comes through.
Yeah. Everything just keeps on going down that line. And we have seen Dalibor in the limited times that he's been all right. He stayed pretty straight, but he has had periods where he started missing entire segments. No problem there, but that's probably partially to do with the sort of stunted follow through, isn't it? You're more likely to stray left or right if that whole arm isn't going all the way through with the action like Josh was doing there.
Yeah, one of the complications of the human body is that the two lower arm bones are curved. It's one of the reasons why you can actually flip your hand up and over. And when they do that, the tendency is that sometimes your arm will want to twist, and you have to fight that as a dart player.
105.
And it's a good leg, this, from Dalibor. But is it good enough? Turns out it is.
53.
He's keeping at this 91 average level throughout the tournament as Dalibor. He'd love to get within one. Just to ask another question of Josh. He has been the second best player in this match. However, he is very much in this game.
They're the checkouts we spoke about at the start. They're the ones where you can't afford to miss. Tony, a hold the throw. I think Dalibor might have thought he'd broken it there.
I think he did. Quickly made way. There's that chant again. I love coming here for darts. What a place. I know it's more special because we only come here once a year, but we're starting to see it by going to different countries in Europe like Belgium, Czechia. We see it in Austria when we go to Graz. These countries love this sport.
Well, 60% on the doubles in this game for Dalibor. Add that to his incredible 6 out of 7 in the opening game. So his tournament stats, 9 out of 12, 75% on the doubles. That is astonishing finishing. He's needed to have that. He only beat Venstra 6-4, but when he's getting a chance, he is taking it. I just fear that he's not going to get enough chances in this game because Rock is considerably outscoring.
It's going to be really interesting to see what happens with the Czech World Cup team over the next couple of years, considering who's coming through. We've seen Filip Šebesta yesterday. He's looking pretty useful. Obviously, Gavlas, Sedlacek, Smolik is starting to make his presence felt, but Josh, fair play to him. 87 could turn into 5-3. How's the guide this time?
69.
Not used, but this will feel quite familiar for Josh because in Graz he played Mensur Zulevic and he handled that situation really well.
Yeah, I think he handles pretty much everything really well. This isn't bad from Dalibor, though. Ah, there's that one that just strays out of the segment.
Getting further away. And why is it twice? Well, this is a really big ask. This is one of those finishes that you mentioned, these really big, difficult, three-department finishes.
It should have been 120, though, and that would have been makeable. He'd still be on the shot if he just hit a single 20 with that last dart.
59.
How many can he rely on Josh Rock missing at double? He splits it this time. Well, he does get double two, and it's a sheepish little look over his shoulder.
Game on.
I don't know whether I'm missing something, but it is May, and there's somebody wearing a Christmas tree hat. Award for the best ironic hat of the tournament goes to that gentleman.
60.
I think there's a bit of relief in there for Josh, hitting that double two. I like the idea of splitting there. It's almost injecting yourself with confidence, saying, do you know what? I'm going to hit this with 2 darts. I'm not relying on the 3. I'd rather have the even number.
Well, it removes any element of doubt and missing inside on the double 9, doesn't it? I suppose. As long as you've got a firm plan when you go to the hockey, then do whatever you feel is right. The stats say going straight at the double, even an awkward double for these elite level performers, is probably the right play.
If you were Dalibor, no matter what happens in this game, are you going to the associate member qualifiers within the next week to try and get into more of these?
97.
You would hope so. I mean, this sort of 90 average level that he's produced this weekend is going to be very competitive.
And let's face it, getting through the home nation qualifier wasn't exactly easy. They had a lot of matches. They did a decent level. And now that he's got his first win on this stage, I get the feeling he might want more.
Well, I mean, the last couple of weeks, Dalibor Smolik has pocketed the best part of $4,000 in ranking money. He's got taste for this now. I think Josh Rock might be about to tell him that the buffet's over because he is potentially 2 darts away from booking his place in the final day of action once again on the Euro Tour this year.
The dream match in the final session doesn't look like it's going to happen because it could have been Sedlacek versus Smolik.
Josh require 82.
Looks like Josh Rock versus either Michael Van Gerwen or Mike De Decker.
Double 16.
Game.
No problem this time around for Josh Rock. A few missed darts at doubles, but his scoring just made it almost impossible for Dalibor Smolik, who had finished magnificently all weekend. And it has been a great weekend for the Czech. He's picked up his first win on the Euro Tour, but he exits to one of the most exciting young talents this sport has seen in decades. And he will test himself against either Mike De Decker of Belgium or 3-time world champion Michael Van Gerwen. It could be Rock versus MVG, part 3 on the Euro Tour this year.
And through to the third round, it's Rocky, Josh Rock. Josh, congratulations. Average of around about 97 there. He made it difficult for you. And if there's anything you don't want to do against the host nation, or a guy from the host nation, is let him win legs because these fellas got really loud.
Yeah, of course they did. That's what happens when you play a host nation. But he did play well, I'll give him that. But I'm just happy I got the win. But obviously the home crowd's behind him, and I really appreciate what they done. They weren't too bad to me, so I really appreciate it. But I'm happy to win.
If there's room for improvement, maybe a couple of missed doubles here and there, a couple less in that department would do you good in the next round.
Badly, was missing doubles right on the wire every single time when I had 3 darts in my hand. I'm better with 2 darts in my hand going for a double AM 3. So, but I've proven that a lot of times. But wire. But that doesn't make you win games. So you have to hit them. So it's obviously a practice in my game. Everybody knows it's my doubles. So if I hit my doubles, I'm hard to beat.
Tomorrow, third round could be Michael Van Gerwen again. You guys keep bumping into each other on the European Tour now. What do you fancy that?
Of course I do. Beat Michael, he's beat me. We're always going to be up for the game. It's going to be a long battle for a lot of years. Like, I'm a young age, and to be fair, he's still a young age, obviously, in the game. Like, me and Michael, it's going to be like the new Phil Taylor, Michael Van Gerwen, the way it was years ago. And that'll be the new one. So it'll be me and Michael all the time.
Sounds good to me. Josh, congratulations. Best of luck tomorrow on the final day. Ladies and gentlemen, Rocky, Josh Rock.
Welcome back to the PVA Expo in Prague, where Josh Rock, the number 14 seed here this weekend, has just booked his place in another final day of the European Tour with an impressive display against the Czech Dalibor Smolik. A 13 dart to the best, not really explosive stuff from Josh Rock, but the scoring was so much better than Smolik. He limited him to just 5 darts at double, and despite Smolik finishing brilliantly again, just as he did in the opening round, he just couldn't craft enough opportunities, and he goes out by 6 legs to 3. It means that Josh Rock is through, Andrew Gilding is through, both seeded players making it through their opening games. But now we turn our attention to the number 4 seed, the Aussie number 1, Damon Heta, looking to join Rock and Gilding in the last 16 as he faces Dylan Slevin.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the 2023 Gambrinus Czech Darts Open. The second round brought to you live by the PDC Europe as we're coming to you from the PVA Expo in Prague. Time now to meet our next 2 players. Would you please welcome on stage from Ireland, a winner on the development tour, a Pro Tour semi-finalist. Time to welcome Dylan Oceans Slevin! And his opponent from Australia, the world number 16, with titles on the Pro Tour and the European Tour. He is the reigning World Cup of Darts champion. Time to meet the Heat, Damon Heta!
Jak nevyhraje pávu sláma, firma Searle, to je naše máma. Ten chybí ještě více, levá, pravá a na tohle ti více. Jo, to popáda v bráně, dáme si na smetaně, jsme ozbrojení po zuby. A podle místních zvyků připravit na kritiku, dresy otočit na ruby. Hej, jak nebude hromada zlata, přijde trenér a to je náš škata. My rozeberem hřiště, to taky dáme a počkejte příště. Hej, jak nevyhraje pán Bůh sáma, přijde na Searle, to je naše máma. Ten umí ještě více, levá, pravá a na tohle ti více.
And ladies and gentlemen, please also welcome on stage a referee for the next 2 matches, and that is the one and only, the voice, Russ Bray.
Another Euro Tour, another country, and another baffling walk-on from Damon Heta, the Aussie number 1 and World Cup champion, with some sort of Czech ice hockey gear and his own stick. I saw him walk into the practice room with it this morning. I do not have an explanation for it. I don't know why. I just know that that's what Damon Heta does nowadays. And it's been very effective in getting the crowd on side in previous weeks. Damon Heta himself has been very effective in winning games. He actually does appear to have some moves. I mean, admittedly, he is doing it in shoes rather than ice skates, which probably makes it a little bit easier. The only disappointment is that he has actually disrobed with all that silly garb before his actual game. But Heta has been very, very good at winning games on the Euro Tour and then going out to some of the big guns. So I will give you the list of people to beat Damon Heta on the European Tour this year. Martin Schindler in the first one in Kiel. Danny Noppert, Dirk van Duijvenbode, Michael Smith, Johnny Clayton, Luke Humphries and Johnny Clayton again. If he's expected to beat people, he is beating them. And it's only the big names who are stopping him. That should indicate tied it up from Damon Heta. He has cleared 227 points in just 5 darts there.
Yeah, it's not bad going after a slow start with only 3 points scored from his first 2 darts in the match. Things can only get better, as his former walk-on music said. Has he got a new walk-on song that matches all these?
Yeah, so he'll pick a local tune. Now, it may shock you to hear, Dan, that my knowledge of popular music in the fine country of Czechia is not as sharp as perhaps it should be for this afternoon. So, my fault. Sorry about that. I can't educate or inform any of you about what that music choice was. But my bet would be one of his mates over here, whether it's Karel Sedlacek or somebody who's involved in the tournament, who does know a bit of Czech, has said, here you go, use this one. And he said, that'll be fine. I doubt he's plucked it from his iPod.
16. You never know. Damon Heta's knowledge of Czechia pot.
Look, it may surprise me. He does surprise me on a regular basis to stay. We talked a lot about the seedings for this and how they were set back in March, but Damon Heta is a reflection. Not only was he number 4 in the seedings when the qualifiers happened, he has maintained that spot at number 4 in the intervening months, which shows that he's doing something right.
And Slevin looking for a bull.
96. Damon required 145.
Big ask for Heta. It's not going to go.
93. Dylan required 25.
For a 17 darter of his own, Dylan Slevin wants double 8, pins double 8. He's a player who's in the middle of a real cluster of Euro tours. He didn't qualify for any of the first 4, Slevin, in his debut year on the senior PDC circuit. But this is the 4th of 5th consecutive Euro Tour appearances. In a bit of a mixed bag. Only managed to win 1 game. That was in Leeuwarden, where he beat Marcel Haussotter 6 legs to 0.
Yeah, I think he's given a decent account of himself so far in his Euro Tour career. Came through against Philip Shabesta yesterday, beat Marcel Haussotter, as you say. And in his defeats, he's posed problems. Lost to John Henderson first time up. Lost a game with Daryl Gurney, where Gurney was very impressive. The game against Dirk van Duijvenbode was beyond description. That was the game where Dirk injured himself on the walk-on, when 10 consecutive holds of throw, and then Dirk pulls out a 1-2-9 finish to break the throw and win the match. And then hop about on one leg, smashing his hands into his busted leg. It was a bizarre contest.
Is there something about Dylan Slevin that attracts weird walk-on moments?
Maybe.
43. $90.
Well, 262, if you're getting 1 treble, you should really be leaving a finish. Dylan has piled into the 18s and having not got a treble with the first 2 darts, found himself in a spot of bother.
Yeah, he needed to switch after that first 18.
Blocks his path a little. Can't get through. But this game is there for the taking if one of them can raise their level out of this sort of low to mid 80s trudge that we're going through in the early exchanges. Maybe Dylan Slevin is the man to do it. Double top.
17. He requires 16.
Heta gets it at the second fight. Legs of 17 darts, and 20 darts. Has been a sluggish start for both players.
58.
This is better.
Might liven things up. There we go. Damon Heta with the first maximum of this one. Digs out his celebration that he's nicked off Leighton Hewitt.
Well,
and he follow it up.
It was noticeable that he threw those darts a little bit quicker. Now, Damon Heta's one of the best players in the world, you'd say, at playing at different paces. He can speed up, he can slow down. It doesn't really kind of ruin his rhythm either way. It doesn't ruin his scoring. He can dictate things.
He can. I think he wants to play at a quick rhythm, or quicker, quick for him. And that was a little bit speedier, but it's all about feeling comfortable. That bloke looked pretty comfortable.
$87. They require 124.
He's going for the 14s, so that presumably he's going for the bull. Well, if you didn't want to go for the bull, why'd you go for the 14s? And that did knock him out of his rhythm. You've got to have your plan before you start your visit, really.
Dylan Slevin's not going to take out the 158. It was a creative way to get to that number, his last visit. Usually loves double 16. There's evidence of it. Damon Heta with the break of throw. Best leg of the match so far.
Yeah, 15 darters have been good enough to win every leg of this game. That's the first one we've seen. It does provide the first break of throw. But it's another one of these games where Damon Heta is nowhere near his top level stuff. And yet he's still winning it. And he's been very, very good at doing that this year.
Yeah, you say it so often in darts. If you can win with a B or C game, you're in a very, very good place. And an average of 85 is probably a C- for Damon Heta's high standards.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, certainly compared to last year where he was consistently brilliant. I mean, he genuinely lost a couple of games on the Euro Tour last year, averaging 20 points more than this. Both to Martin Lukeman, actually.
16.
Much better stuff from Dylan Slevin. 81 left after 9. A response from the young Irishman.
Country mile ahead of Heta. But he does fill it up to apply maximum pressure.
Or drags it into the 9s when he was looking at the 12s. Paul Nicholson, big advocate of going nowhere near the treble, just make sure of the single.
49.
Damon Heta, having had a couple of brilliant visits to win the first leg, is it a couple of brilliant visits in succession to win this? and go 4-1 up. Not quite.
Dylan required 32.
For an instant break back.
Dylan
Slevin given a reprieve after that error, missing the big number.
Dylan the throw first. Game on.
And that was the best leg of the match. 14 darter. Is this game starting to warm up to get to the levels we kind of expect from these two?
16.
I still think it's early days to talk about what we expect from Dylan Slevin. We've seen some very, very good stuff. We've seen some not so good stuff. He's certainly got a load of talent and potential, but we do expect it from Damon Heta.
Yeah, he's already won a development tour title this year, Slevin. And he couldn't actually play in the last block because of Euro Tour action. It's a nice problem to have as a dart player, when you've got multiple options.
He's certainly started to find his range on the treble 20 these last few legs. It's 3 legs running. Damon Heta has hit a maximum. 4 darts into the 9 there. And already putting himself in a position where he could get that break or throw back again.
Yeah, this will be annoying for Dylan Slevin if he loses this, because when you break and break in style as well with a 14 darter, you want to hold. Dylan Slevin has given himself a chance. Fantastic setup.
Ooh, fancy. Double 10. Well, he went aggressive. I'm not sure whether it was the right shot, but he got 2 darts at double. Doesn't make him count. That's next door. Double 7.
10 score. Damon required 20.
Well, I'm glad I didn't say it, because as Heta stepped up for the last visit, I was about to say, he'll look at bull. I'm glad I didn't say that. Damon Heta is glad that he gets double 10, and it's an instant break back for the Aussie.
He's got good this game now, hasn't it? A messy opening 2 or 3 legs, but it's suddenly got better.
99.
There's that throw from Heta. You can just see that bit of wobble. There is some real sort of body weight that goes through. It's pretty much all from the shoulder with Dylan Slevin.
It is quite a shouldery action, and I think that's why sometimes, like we saw with the attempts at double 12, if it is slightly off, the dart can go wayward. It's maybe not a style of throw you coach into a player, but if it works for him,
92.
and it's definitely been working. Got himself on tour this year and still going good guns in the development tour.
And he's in this game. Damon Heta got better. Dylan Slevin has gone with him.
95. Dylan required 170.
Oh, yeah. Oh. It's unlucky. He's so low in the treble 20 bed, as that last dart shows. He didn't want to stay where he was and just throw down the same line. He couldn't fit it in there.
Heta looks at double 6. Never the easiest two-dart checkout combination of 69, but Damon Heta made light work of it. It's back-to-back 14 darters. Oh, the Australian.
Good contest, this. Is that gap just a bit too much?
57.
Yeah, Heta's class really shining through now.
60.
Slevin doesn't really have an answer.
After 3 legs this game, Damon Heta was averaging in the low 80s, sort of the 83 mark.
100.
Is dragged it up to more than 96, because since that 3rd leg, it has been really good.
60. Damon, you require 125.
Drags it low. Might look for the treble 16. He does.
61.
Slevin not on a finish.
It does mean that Damon's going to have to find a treble with his first dart to get 2 match darts. Otherwise, it would just be the 1. That looks encouraging.
32.
1 match dart missed.
84.
Straight in the treble. To keep his hopes alive, Dylan Slevin.
60. Damon, you require
2 out of 10 on the doubles. Not going to cut the mustard. Damon Heta to get into round 3. Damon Heta sails through to round 3. A 6-2 victory against Dylan Slevin, where he was given an early scare of sorts, but ultimately Damon Heta always wins his first game in a Euro Tour weekend. He carries on the run. He'll face in the next round, it will be either the number 13 seed, Martin Schindler, looking to win his first ever PDC title, or Kim Huybrechts, who we've already seen lift silverware this season in a Players' Championship. For Dylan Slevin, it's more valuable learning on the senior circuit for him, but he's been knocked out by Damon Heta, 6 legs to 2.
The Heat, Damon Heta going through to the 3rd round of the 2023 Gambrinus Czech Darts Open. Damon, congratulations. Not fireworks, but nevertheless a very, very solid performance. The average of around about 93, and especially towards the end, you were in control of that game.
Yeah, I hit the doubles when I needed to, and I felt really good I felt really good today. Really good on stage. Back room, I probably felt better. Yeah, I'm just having a good time, and I hope you all love it. I really hope you all love it.
Well, we could see that you're having a good time. Listen, Dylan Slevin, he's really been put through the paces as far as walk-ons go. He's had the walk-on against Dirk when Dirk kind of had his little accident. Now he gets an ice hockey fist fight.
Mate, I said to him at the start, I said, look, I'm going to do this. I hope it's not an omen and I fall over and don't hurt myself. I hope that doesn't happen. So I did say that at the start, but no, look, Slevin, it's a name you don't want to come up against. You can see what he can do on the pro tours, the development tours. Man, he's such a good talent, and I knew what I was in for. So once all the shenanigans were over, I knew I had to concentrate and be on my A game from the start.
You certainly did, especially in your first matches on a European tour. It's usually very, very successful for you. What's been lacking this year on the European tour is a deep run into the latter stages of the event. But maybe Czech Republic is just the place to do this.
Well, I hope so, mate. It's to be fair, it's my wife's birthday tomorrow, so I really want to make it a special one for her, and I'm going to try my damnedest to make it happen.
If that's not a good omen, I don't know what is. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the Heat, Damon Heta.
Well, the walk-on may have been pretty manic, but as far as the darting performance goes, it was pretty steady stuff from Damon Heta, doing what he's been doing all year, winning his first match in a European Tour event. He started off slowly. Dylan Slevin maybe looked and thought, I could pick you off, Damon, but ultimately it was Heta's class that really shone through in the end. 4 180s, 40% on the checkouts. He'll face either Martin Schindler or Kim Huybrechts next up. We've got a real stacked field coming up this afternoon. Dave Chisnall, a 2-time winner on the Euro Tour this season. Geert van Duijvenbode has been a finalist. He is desperate for his first win, as is Nathan Aspinall, who closes out this afternoon session. But coming up next, we've got 2 real crowd favourites as Ryan Searle takes on Steve Beaton.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the 2023 Gambrinus Czech Darts Open. The second round brought to you live by the PDC Europe as we're coming to you from the PVA Expo here in Prague. It is now time to meet a legend with 1 title on the European Tour, a World Match Play and World Grand Prix semi-finalist, and the former Lakeside Champion of the World. It's the Bronze Adonis, Steve Beaton. And his opponent from England, the world number 14, with 4 titles on the Pro Tour, a finalist at the Players' Championship Finals. Time to welcome heavy metal Ryan Searle.
Well, you won't meet too many people in the darting fraternity that have a bad word to say about either of these players. Two really likeable fellas who just go about their business on the hockey. Steve Beaton's done it for well over 30 years now, and still he is as strong as ever, averaging just shy of 95 in defeating Darius Labanauskas yesterday. This is where it steps up for him. Ryan Searle is the 10th seed. He's played in 5 of the 7 Euro Tours so far this season. Reached the semi-finals of the Baltic Sea Darts Open. I think it's safe to say that Ryan Searle played his best darts right at the beginning of the year. He won a title. He won Players' Championship 1 in defeating Jamie Hughes. Semi-final and a quarter-final to his name in terms of the Euro Tour this season. Looking at their head-to-head record, it's in Steve's favour. They've met 10 times previously. Beaton has won 7 of them. It's another one, Paul Nicholson, that looks, on the face of it, quite tricky to call, because Ryan Searle, maybe ability-wise, should win this, but Steve Beaton's had that match under his belt yesterday. He played really well in it, but it's a hard one to call.
It is a hard one to call, actually. And Steve's been on an upward trend pretty much since the end of last season, where he made the final of Players' Championship 30, ultimately losing out to James Wade. But we expect Steve to qualify for these now on a regular basis. He's made a really good habit of doing that over the last 5 or 6 years. He would like to kick on again. He would like to get back into some of the big majors. And we've talked already about how hard it is to do that when you do slip out. We talked about Vincent van der Voort earlier today. Slipping out of the majors, getting back into that mold of qualifying is very hard. But we are starting to talk about Steve Beaton in that effect again.
Yeah, it might be. The year might be 2023. Steve Beaton might be 58. But this is the year where he's recorded his highest ever stage average. That was in Kiel against Adrian Lewis.
52.
He started this game in decent fashion.
Probably look at the treble 10 here. Doesn't get any better than that. That's wonderfully done from Ryan.
Well, Steve Beaton needs to take this out, because if there's one thing you don't do in darts, it's leave Ryan Searle 3 clear darts at tops. Steve Beaton takes that advice.
That was so good. And for the reason that you just mentioned, Dan, because you can't leave this man on tops when he's on form. And it's no surprise when you consider just how good Steve Beaton was yesterday in the finishing, particularly in the last few legs. He was dynamite.
Yeah, it was a quality display against Darius Labanauskas. 60% on the doubles.
I'm giving that young man an A+ for that outfit. Top notch.
57.
Not sure who he's supporting, but it might be Ryan Searle. It might be Karel Sedlacek later. Might be somebody else.
60.
Yeah,
that's one thing you will see a lot of here today. People in the same outfit. And I think they were darts team shirts. People bringing their colours to the darts. It happens a lot in this part of Europe.
57.
Another indication of how much the sport has grown over the years on the continent.
Well, this country really has been heavily into darts for many, many years. Just because the first European Tour event came here in 2019, don't let that fool you. Darts has been big here for a very long time.
Double 4 for Beaton, straight in. Well, I mean, he would have to go some to better yesterday's doubling display. He's already doing that to some tune.
Well, this is how good he's been at the minute. I actually can't remember the last time he missed a double. He's in some sort of form, to the delight of this crowd. And right now, Ryan's got every single right to shake his head or even scratch his forehead. Perfect start here to leg 3. Now, Ryan Searle has become a bit of a ninja on the floor. He's played 7 Players' Championships this year, and he's been in a final of 3 of them.
58.
That's an amazing strike rate.
Yeah, it's his ongoing duel with Dirk van Duijvenbode. It's the Dutchman who's come out on top on both of those finals.
43.
That game that they had at the Players last year. Just hook that up to my veins, please. One of the greatest games I've ever witnessed.
Yeah, if you've got a spare 20 minutes, half an hour, go on YouTube, watch it, and then you probably need another 20 or 30 minutes to calm down.
Absolutely. One of, if not the best game of 2022.
The main stage's loss was stage 2's gain. This would be a big game for Ryan Searle. Wants the ball.
That would have been one. It's another maximum from Ryan Searle. He might get a leg. Beaton's done a great job of leaving a gettable finish. Searle will be very well advised to do things like that. This is a great game. A great pace is about it as well. Really enjoying it.
Great exhibition of finishing between the two players. 5 attempts, only 1 miss. And that was at Bull.
Just one more time looking back at that England debut for him. In that team, you had the likes of Eric Bristow, Dennis Priestley, Ronnie Baxter, Phil Taylor, Bob Anderson, Mike Gregory, Alan Warren a little. We're talking about some of the greats of all time. You'd be hard pushed to get a better England team ever than the one that he was in his first game. Just think about, over the course of the afternoon, if you're watching this and would like to do a little bit of creativity about who you would put in your all-time England team if there were 12 players. Most of them would have played in that team.
Paul Nicholson once again pushing for a darts Ryder Cup.
Just a little.
I agree. I'd be fascinated to see what it'd be like. That.
Well, one thing's for sure. If there was an England team right now, Ryan Searle will be in it. He'd be one of the first people on the sheet. Another chance for Beaton to keep up this perfect doubling display here on Saturday afternoon. 7-7. And he has missed finally. That was a somewhat defensive effort.
Yeah, it's one of those awkward ones. You don't want to risk going inside and having to split. Well, it's pressure applied from Searle, but Steve Beaton does go inside this time.
Thank you.
Well, the southern section of the board doing him many favors. A few whistles from the crowd while he was throwing.
Who dare do that to Steve Beaton?
Yeah, why would you?
Oh, it's a great shot from Searle. That'll feel like salt in the wound for Steve. This goes to show, even when you are the best, in my opinion, he's the best top shooter in the world at the minute. You're not going to hit it every time. You still have to be good at the other doubles, like 10s and 5s, the breakdown doubles. Interesting section of the draw. This one's in the bottom half. And the winner of this game will play an English player. That is assured, because it will be Nathan Aspinall or Martin Lukeman. That will be the last game of our afternoon session. And there are other English players in this half of the draw, in Rob Cross and Joe Cullen. They're at the very bottom of the draw, whereas this is towards the middle of the draw. where the likes of Michael van Gerwen, Josh Rock, Mike De Decker, they are still there.
They're in the same section of the draw as well as Andrew Gilding, who we know is going to be playing in round 3. Dave Chisnall as well, who's been the 2023 European Tour Ninja.
He hasn't been too bad. And everybody wants to win here this weekend who's never won here before. Because people want to win in different countries. They want to win in front of different fans.
65.
Yeah, and that's 46 of the 48 players that entered.
We all held our breath for a second to see if Steve could get a shot at double 16.
Yeah, I don't know about you. I think there was an argument maybe to stay there on the treble 20. Such a good guide. Double 5 for Ryan Searle.
He stayed on the treble 20 and it gave him a shot. But ultimately, Steve coming back for a finish that he's already completed in this match. And doesn't complete it this time, so he has shown a little bit of frailty in the bottom left corner in the last couple of legs.
Well, I mean, he's the best in the world on tops. Logically, it should be great at double 5, and he showed that as well. Why are there so many whistles towards Steve Beaton?
I don't know. Maybe they're wolf whistles. I can think of only one occasion where Steve has ever been construed as the outsider in the popularity stakes. And that was when he played Fallon Sherrick at the World Championship.
Yeah.
But even then, the crowd were incredibly respectful.
Yeah, it's not like when Fallon's played Nentjes or Gabriel Clemens on TV in the past.
Very, very different.
It was like the crowd wanted to fit the narrative, but then they looked and thought, but it's Steve Beaton. You can't do that.
Somebody's getting into this game all of a sudden and maybe taking full advantage of Steve missing those darts at double. They've all been in the bottom half of the board. Double top. And Searle misses 2 with his favourite shot. So Beaton could get the lead back again on that double. Oh, that's an amazing dart. For some reason, I don't know what you think, Dan, but that single shot seemed to go in a little flatter than his other 2. I'm not going to accuse Steve of going out there and throwing a Daryl Gurney flat dart, but look at that. That's not something you see from Steve every day. I'll tell you one thing, I love that.
Yeah, it's unusual. It's almost like he's reacting to those whistles. I know we associate Daryl Gurney with throwing that flatty style dart, but I wonder whether around the practice room other players will have seen that. They might have gone up to him and said, can you give us a demonstration?
A couple of people have actually started to do it. I know that Willie O'Connor can do it. I know that Dylan Slevin can do it.
Is it an Irish thing?
Could be. They're just the people that I've seen do it. But there is something on the horizon for Steve that he desperately wants. He wants to be back at the World Match Play. Now, currently, he is in a spot. He will be in Sindelfingen in 2 weeks, so that helps him. But what helps him more are a cacophony of other things. One of them is a deep run here and even a win. A second European Tour title will really help. It's now a level game again. Great quality in this game. We've now seen 3 14-darters in this match. That last leg being one of them. There it is.
Sloppy opening from Beaton that Searle needs to really pounce all over. He doesn't.
Ryan Searle's not worrying about the match play. He's in the top 16 in the world currently. But Steve, who's been outside of the qualifying spots for big events over the last couple of years, he is back in, spirited,
62,
motivated. 62 when you land the treble 20 in the first visit.
That hurts. You'd almost feel better if 2 darts fell at the board. And he seems to be hitting that one segment quite a lot.
I remember in his World Championship loss to Jose de Souza, where the game was a complete turnaround. The biggest problem for Searle on that afternoon was the amount of stray darts that were going, particularly in the 1, but also in the 5.
He doesn't actually throw the dart straight from his drawback position. He actually brings it to the side, very much like Ronnie Baxter used to do. So if you get that twist back towards the board slightly wrong, the darts will fishtail in the air and not fly pure. There you see it. Dart is sideways at set position. He throws them almost side on.
It's a very natural action that Ryan Searle has, and by natural I mean not one from the coaching manual. Neither is that from the coaching manual to leave double 17. But Steve Beaton does what he wants.
Well, the bottom half of the board has not been kind to him.
Yeah, is he going to split this or straight at it?
Old school. Oh, okay. Double 15.
19.
Well, it was a split of sorts.
If he'd hit that, that would have been the weirdest finish of the European Tour this year. Possibly. Double top. And it could cost Beaton a lot. And it really does. This game has turned on a sixpence in the last 20 seconds. Fair play to Ryan, because this game, he's been either tied or behind the whole time.
I've got to say, it didn't look likely after the first 3 legs because Beaton was playing excellently. Ryan wasn't scoring. Leg 4, really important, that 13 darter. And that was the leg where he had the dart at double 19, straight at it, no messing about going inside and splitting. That's been the catalyst for Searle.
And you have to say that the finishing of Beaton has not been as clinical today as it was yesterday, but the bottom half of the board has cost him so much. If he'd been sharper in the southern hemisphere, he'd be home and hosed by now.
Yeah, his percentage has dropped down to 47.6%, which is still pretty good.
43.
And that is something that he needed from Searle. An error to invite him back in here in leg 10.
60.
The pain on the face tells you that he wanted more than 60.
The Monster 151 checkout isn't going to go, but Ryan Searle,
97.
decent job setting it up. And he's going to get a couple of bites at tops, you feel.
98. Ryan require 54.
So for round 3, and the chance to face either Nathan Aspinall or Martin Lukeman, Ryan Searle and tops go hand in hand. He gets the handshake from Steve Beaton, who doesn't look best pleased. I do think that some of those whistles may have put him off. Steve Beaton with that broad grin. It's not there on his face because Ryan Searle has done the job. He is looking for a very first European Tour title, and he's ticked off one game on his list. He's reached a semi-final at the start of the year. He doesn't want to go one better, he wants to go 2 better. Steve Beaton exits stage left. Ryan Searle has beaten him by 6 legs to 4.
Heavy metal, Ryan Searle through to the round of the last 16 here at the Gambrinus Czech Darts Open. Ryan, congratulations. Hard work there against the Bronze Donis. He started off like a train in this match, and it was kind of difficult to start for you to get into your scoring.
Yeah, you know, he started really well. He didn't really give me many chances, and you know, I was lucky to hold on. I think there was a couple of badly timed whistles that perhaps put him off, and I kind of feel bad for winning that game, but it's just one of those really.
Yeah, by the way, I think it was one person actually that decided to whistle when Steve Beaton was throwing. Not a very clever idea, to be honest. Not a very clever idea. Your record against Steve Beaton was not the best one either. I mean, you played each other 10 times before this one. He won 7 of them. So, yeah, he has.
To be fair, I thought he was like maybe 5-2 or something like that. I didn't realize we played 10 times. It's great to share a stage with a legend like Steve Beaton. He's a great guy and a legend. I'd love to be playing the game at his age and playing as well as he is. I wish him all the best.
I mean, although today wasn't fireworks and it wasn't your A game, but we've seen your A game from time to time this year on the European tour, and it's also good when you can have a match like this where it's not going your way from the start, but you grind out a result, kind of.
Yeah, sometimes it's nice to not play your best and you sort of scrape a win. Obviously, last weekend I played Gary. He averaged 104. I think it was a lot better than that, and he didn't really give me much of a chance. So it's nice to not play your best and sort of get through, and then look forward to tomorrow and put that right.
Right. Congratulations on the win. Best of luck tomorrow in the 3rd round. Ladies and gentlemen, heavy metal, Ryan Searle.
That man is through to Sunday, and he will be very pleased about it as well. It wasn't a vintage display from Ryan Searle, but it was good enough to take advantage of some vital misses in the southern part of the board for Steve Beaton. When he took a 3-0 lead with 2:14 darters in legs 2 and 3, he'll have thought that maybe Saturday was going to be as good for him as Friday. But unfortunately for the legend, he will bow out at the last 32 stage. As for the others this afternoon, well, it's all gone the way of the seeds so far, with Heta, Rock and Gilding doing the same as Ryan Searle. The first half of our action is now over, and we now turn our attention to the second half in the afternoon session. First, we will have England against the Netherlands with Nentjes against Chisnall, Germany against Belgium with Schindler and Huybrechts. And as for now, let's start with the England and Netherlands match. Chisnall, Nentjes is coming up.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2023 Gambrinus Czech Darts Open. Second round action brought to you live by the PDC Europe as we're coming to you from the PVA Expo here in Prague. Time to get our next two players onto the stage. Would you please welcome first from the Netherlands, with 4 titles on the development tour in his 6th European Tour event. Time to welcome the Spear, Geert Nentjes.
I like how it feels. I like how it feels. I like how it feels. So just turn it up, let me go. I'm alive. Yes, you know, never stop. Give me more, more, more. 'Cause I like how it feels. Oh yeah, I like how it feels. You know.
And his opponent from St. Helens, England, the one number 13, a World Grand Prix and Grand Slam of Darts finalist with 19 PDC titles to his name. It's Chizzy Dave Chisnall.
I'm so dizzy. Like a whirlpool, it never ends. And it's you, girl, making it spin. You're making me dizzy. Girl, you've got control of me, 'cause I'm so dizzy I can see. I need to call a doctor for some hey, 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 hey. Dizzy. I'm so dizzy, my head is spinning like a whirlpool, it never ends. And it's you, girl, making it spin.
Judging by the crowd this afternoon, it looks
game that handed the leg and then the match to Geert Nentjes. Now, Geert had to pull out some decent stuff to win it, but he's going to have to pull out some brilliant stuff to win this, I think, because Dave Chisnall has won a third of the last 9 European Tour events, going back to Belgium at the end of last year. And it turns out Chizzy does have a fair few fans here in Prague, and why not?
sometimes you don't know how popular you are in a country until you get here. And obviously Dave is one of the chosen few. Steve Beaton really wasn't one of the chosen few in the last game who seemed to get whistles on his throw, which was very, very odd.
58.
Yeah, well, I'd advocate a camera pointed at the crowd and then one of the security lads looking at it. If somebody starts whistling, they can review the footage. If they see who it is, they get turfed out. That would be my solution.
95.
You can boo and you can jeer, and I don't mind partisan crowds, but whistling is the one thing that really does annoy players. And it does ruin the game as a spectacle.
because it carries as well.
57.
You cheer all you want. I don't mind partisan crowds. I think actually adds something. But the whistling is the thing that's really annoying.
98.
Good start here from Dave. Doesn't matter how much experience you've got. Sometimes you just need to have that settler of a leg. Leaving a two-darter after 12 is a good sign, especially against the throw.
Double 18, 36 for 36. His eyesight isn't great nowadays, Dave. You don't like playing in glasses. So you'll see him ask a lot, but you'll also see him hit a lot.
Dave Chisnall does a lot of counting the new school way. Use of the 25, use of the bullseye, more use of the cover shots. But realistically, Dan, how many people these days go for treble 12 on 72? Not many.
Ratajski's a fan of it, isn't he? But there's not many other, particularly with Dave, with the way his darts stand up. If he only gets the single, it's 20 for tops, and that's not always the best option.
Yeah, I think with Ratajski, it's a good example that you use him because his darts are quite straight in the board. They're not upright. So if he gets the single 12 and single 20, nothing in the way. Chisnall might be in the mood today. Let's put it that way. Things are looking promising for the man in yellow.
To be fair, he's been in the mood more often than not on the European Tour this year. There have been some stellar displays on the way to the titles in Kiel and in the Netherlands. And even when they haven't been incredible displays, he's often still picked up notable wins. I mean, the win against Michael van Gerwen went to a last leg decider. They both averaged around 90 in the semi-finals in the Netherlands. And Chizzy was having to deal with all sorts of the crowd, as you can imagine, in MVG's home country. Somehow managed to win it on double one.
He is getting really sick of this happening. I spoke to him about it last week. And the darts are going in slightly more upright than usual. Even in a winning season, he's seeing fault with the way that the darts are behaving. And he really wants to get rid of it, but he's not quite sure how to do it yet.
No. He's still bossing this game at the minute.
Yeah, Sevi Ballesteros couldn't drive the golf ball, but he still won majors.
That leaves tops. And that is tops, and that's 2-0.
As for Nentjes, it all started so well at the start of the season, didn't it? When he took out Van Gerwen in the very first game of his season. And you thought, maybe this is the year where Geert will really push on and maybe have a great cluster of performances that shows us what kind of a player he really is. But since then, on the floor, he's only made one board final, and that was in Players' Championship 5, where he took out Huybrechts and King on the way. Ultimately lost to Aspinall, but this is the hard thing for people in Geert's sort of zone in the rankings. If you want to get to last 16s, quarterfinals, semis, that kind of thing, you're going to have to beat people of Dave's ilk multiple times in the same day all weekend.
Yeah, it is a very tough school. And look, Nentjes is a highly regarded young talent. And yet, he's not really doing a great deal.
140.
There is Rog, who's his manager.
I love that route.
94.
And the main reason I do like that route is because it leaves you the possibility of double 16. If you get two singles, it leaves you the two darter, obviously the 60 to lead tops.
97. You require 40.
Speaking of tops, now 10s for the lefty. And a chance for Chisnall to close Geert out.
You require 122.
4 18s for the bullseye. But if he gets a treble with his first dart, he's so good at following. Double 7.
Oh, Dave Chisnall.
108. Here's your required
You
10.
have been warned, Mr. Nentjes. Don't miss again.
Oh, cannot miss from there, surely.
Game's
Yeah,
on
perfect.
here,
Well, that double was about 50% bigger with those two markers. The only thing you can do wrong there is to under-deliver the dart. If you throw it a little bit harder, it's still going to go in. Bit like that one. There are not many better players to watch when on form than Dave Chisnall. 106 average for the first 3 legs.
60.
Hitting most of his doubles. In fact, the only one he missed was that shot at double 7 in the previous leg.
Well, Dave Chisnall on the Euro Tour this year has
58.
only lost to averages of 100 or more, apart from Andrew Gilding, who averaged 99 and quite a lot. So that's the level you're going to have to play to beat him. If we're going on what we've seen so far this year, that's the level you've got to be at. And if Nentjes goes up there and averages ton plus, it will be one of the best performances on a big stage of his career. That's the sort of thing that needs to happen for Geert today to stop the number 2 seed, you would think.
By the way, I love that vernacular of 99 and quite a lot.
Yes,
that one's going to catch on.
Well, it was 99.54 if you like.
Still quite a lot.
It is quite a lot.
The old treble 12 for 72 again.
89. Get to the floor, 167.
So Nentjes does get a chance. It's a Shane Burgess style shot, a 167. It's a big ask, but it's a chance.
127.
Got most of it right.
They require 40.
He's nicely placed. May not matter. All around the boards.
35.
Still chasing all around the board. Turns out it did matter. Nentjes can level the game.
What a lovely dart that is. I always think there's a bit of a risk with Geert Nentjes that he delivers the dart just a little late out of the hand. There's a motion when the dart comes back. There's a forward motion, then the throw. Watch. I almost feel like he'd be better off trying to get rid of it a little sooner.
60.
It doesn't look like an action that could break down, but maybe it's just something that we see because he's left-handed. If we'd see a mirror image from the other side,
93.
we might not even pick up on that.
Well, Vincent van der Voort said something to me yesterday, actually. He said, if you look at left-handers, nobody, apart from maybe James Wade, he said, look at left-handers,
46.
none of them look like they've got aesthetically pretty throws. He thinks maybe it's just weird looking at a left-hander compared to a right-hander. I would think Nentjes is a pretty good
96.
counter-argument to that, because I think it just looks graceful.
Has he never watched Martin Phillips play?
I mean, Martin Phillips didn't come to mind for either of us, actually. It was but a brief conversation. I've got somebody in my ear saying Les Wallace as well.
42.
Well,
I am merely reporting what Van der Voort said.
how can you argue against someone who won 2 tournaments in their career? One was the World Championship, the other was the World Masters.
140.
Chisnall made the final of the Lakeside 13 years ago.
Made the final of most things.
59.
Is this the year where he goes and wins one? He is playing well enough.
If you could pick, as a Dave Chisnall fan, a major for him to be won
100.
this year. Now, it's easy to say the World Championship, of course, but because Blackpool is so close to home, would it mean more to him than most for that reason? Now, let's see if he goes treble 12 again.
Let's see why he wouldn't. That leaves that 20 for top shot we mentioned. And he's having to move, and this is the downside of this shot.
52.
And he catches the flight and illustrates the drawback of going that way.
Oh, of all the things to hit. Leaves 99 with 2 darts remaining. A somewhat wry smile from Geert.
20.
A double 10 for Chisnall to regain the lead. He was leading 1-0 and 2-0, and now it's 3-2. So would you say the match play is the one that would maybe choke him up? It would make him feel like it was worth the wait?
No, I think any big TV title, even one of the non-ranking ones, would be
60.
a just reward for the efforts that Chizzy has made over the years. But if you're asking which one I think he's most likely to win, I'd be tempted to say the World Grand Prix. And that is
59.
because I know the Grand Prix is about doubling, but you do need to score heavily as well. He's got a very good record in the World Grand Prix. He's a very dangerous player, Dave Chisnall.
You brought up a really good point last September when he won the Belgian Darts Open, because it is about getting in with doubles and out with doubles, but his powers of recovery in the legs that he doesn't get off immediately are better than most.
Yeah, he might miss all three at double to start the leg and effectively hand over the darts, but if he does get in next leg, he might get in with a 160 or a 156 or whatever his starting double is chosen to be. He can make up that ground very, very quickly, Dave Chisnall. And you look at the first 9 averages in this game, he is fully 23, 24 points clear. Well, it's more than that, in fact.
Yeah, he's a bit like an F1 car that isn't the best around the corners, but when you get him on the straight, he'll go faster than anybody else.
Yeah. And it's not as if he's a bad doubler either. Look, and I just think the standard of darts he's playing, he's loving playing darts, he's being really successful, he's winning loads of games, and he's winning tournaments. Dave Chisnall's a threat.
66 left. And that leaves another green segment.
105.
Wide. We'll call 4 because that was massively missed by Dave. Double 18 for Geert. Also missed. So Chisnall will have a decision to make now as to whether he wants to split or go.
86. Do you require 18?
Great at it by the looks of it. And over to double 4. And double 4, plumb in the centre. 4-2 Chizzy. 2-leg gap opens up again, just as it was at 2-0. Can Hurt fight his way back to parity once more.
60.
Trying to figure out whether the crowd is saying easy or Chizzy.
I'm pretty sure it's the latter.
Sometimes he makes the game look easy. There's Roger, multitasking with a little snack and an applause for a 180, which is Dave's third.
95.
Doesn't look too stressed this afternoon. And why would he when his man is 4-2 to the good? Still think we're going to get really close to a 9 this weekend. Just feels like one of those atmospheres. Just like Price against Durrant from 4 years ago.
Well, there's certainly plenty of characters who can hit. And Dave Chisnall is a monster in terms of 9 darters. He has hit so many in his career. Only the one on TV, but he's hit a couple on the Euro Tour as well, including one in Belgium on his way to the title towards the back end of last year.
Yeah, that was rather good. And most people these days go for the 19s on 138. 6 19s to leave double 12 seems to be the norm now.
I like that shot as an aside. 119 left with 2 darts. A lot of players will look at the 19s. Treble 20, you get it, single leaves you a double.
56.
If you go for the 19s, hit the treble, leaves you 62. You need another treble to get to a finish. I know you end up throwing a dart, you might end up on 99, but you've got another dart to tidy it up. Good board management from Dave Chisnall.
That might be the best dart that he's thrown in this contest. It went into the segment and didn't wobble at all. He may have issues in his own mind with the weight of the dart and the balance of the dart in the air. And every now and again, he gets the dart that he really craves. He's talking about tiny little margins at the minute because he understands that his game's in a great place.
I don't think his game needs to get any better than what it is right now for Dave Chisnall to be a major champion this year. What he needs to do is maintain the levels he's been producing all year and a lot of last year and have a bit of fortune. That's all he needs. For so many years, Chizzy's major campaigns would be ruined because he'd be ranked 8 in the world. He would run into Phil Taylor in his prime or Michael Van Gerwen at his peak. And it would be quarterfinal, quarterfinal, quarterfinal. Often valiant defeats, but it would be those two that would derail him. He has made so many major finals despite all that.
Starting to remind me of practice Chizzy. I've seen it from close quarters. You stand behind him and you think, I can't beat that.
Yeah. He can do things that others can't. Most others can't. And here Nentjes has not been able to live with him in this game.
Having to take out another 167. Had this shot earlier, hasn't taken it either time. And Chisnall looking for his first win against Geert. Nentjes has done a fabulous job today, averaging over 100 to date.
Double top is there. It is another sparkling display from Dave Chisnall. Our first 100 average of the day, and it goes to our champion from the Netherlands and from the Baltic Sea Darts Open. Chizzy is in the final day once more, and he will face one of the few people to beat him on the Euro Tour this year, Goldfinger Andrew Gilding once again.
To the third round of the Czech Darts Open. Chizzy, congratulations, 6 to win, ton plus average, and support like this, happy days.
Yeah, brilliant, thank you very much. I've had good support all around Europe this year, so keep it coming, I'm enjoying it, and yeah, good result.
Got to say that, I mean, apart from the Czech players, I don't think anyone got a reception even close to what you got here.
Chizzy!
Chizzy, next round, Andrew Gilding, one of the few players who managed to beat you this year on the European Tour. He beat you in Munich, but you one before that, I think, maybe Risa, where you beat him, I think. So, player in great form, obviously, but if you play like this, surely this could be another deep run into a European Tour event for you.
Yeah, it can go deep, I'm playing well, so I'm happy with my game at the moment. Doing well in all the Europeans. Sometimes I'm unlucky, sometimes I get a bit of luck and win, but Andrew Gilding, he's on form as well, so these guys are going to enjoy a cracker tomorrow.
We're definitely looking forward to that game in the third round. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for your Chizzy, Dave Chisnall.
Welcome back to Prague and the AVP Expo in the Czech Republic, where Dave Chisnall, the number 2 seed, has just continued his wonderful run of form on the European circuit, seeing off Nentjes by 6 legs to 2. It's our first 100 average of the day, 113 nearly in the first 9. 4 180s along the way. It's just a standard Dave Chisnall performance, and it means that he's through to the last 16. We are seeing the last 16, those slots fill up. We've got a game set up between Chisnall and Andrew Gilding. The Aussie number 1 Damon Heta is through, as is Josh Rock, the World Youth Champion, and heavy metal Ryan Searle, who came through that battle coming from behind against Steve Beaton. But there are 3 more spots that are going to be filled this afternoon. Duijvenbode, the Nathan Aspinall against Martin Lukeman. Coming up now, it's the Belgian number 2, Kim Huybrechts, and the German number 2, the Wall, Martin Schindler.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2023 Gambrinus Czech Darts Open. Second round action brought to you live by the PDC Europe, coming to you from the PVA Expo here in Prague. 3 more matches coming your way in this Saturday afternoon session. Would you please welcome on stage from Belgium, with titles on the Pro Tour and the European Tour, a European Championship and Grand Slam of Darts semi-finalists. Time to meet the Hurricane, Kim Huybrechts.
The wood is burning, sun's out, desires coming, bring some light. Las engages and smoke breaks loose, just help to make it, we so understood. The night is calling, I have to go. The mob is hungry, he runs the show. He's licking his lips, he's ready to win on the hot tonight for love and present.
And his opponent from Strausberg, Germany, a semi-finalist on the European Tour, a Pro Tour finalist. Time now to meet Germany's number 2, the Wall, Martin Schindler.
So we have the German number 2 and the Belgian number 2 going at it for the right to face the Aussie number 1 Damon Heta in the last 16 tomorrow afternoon. The Hurricane Kim Huybrechts was very, very impressive in dealing with Callan Ridds. Ridds wasn't good, but he only lost 1 leg in that first round victory yesterday. Averaged almost 96, hit 4 180s, and won his first game on a Euro Tour stage since his home country tournament in Belgium towards the back end of last year. But Martin Schindler has been established in the seeds on these European tours for quite some time. And he's been plugging away. He hasn't really had that massive breakthrough. In Riesa, he did make the semi-finals, losing out to Michael van Gerwen. And he has shown little glimpses of the brilliance he was playing last year that's helped catapult him up the various ranking lists. But he's still, for my money, a little bit off his top level. If it turns up this weekend, he could become only the second German to pick up a PDC ranking title. But it is a big if. It is the wall, and hopefully a wall that will not fall down, unlike some other PDC darts we could mention this weekend. Dan McCarthy's alongside me for it.
Yeah, you almost wonder whether the pressure of becoming only the second German player to win a PDC title is telling on Martin Schindler, but fair play to him. You've got to say that he is in the seeds more often than not now. He's always there or thereabouts. He's reached the quarterfinal in Kiel. He reached the semi-final of the International Darts Open in Riesa.
39.
So he has had some pretty good results, Martin Schindler, this year. That was a hell of a bounce out. If the dart bounces out of the ball that far and beyond the off, the player should be able to pick it up and throw again.
In my rules, if you volley it back into the board first time, then I think that should count. Yeah, you look at Shindy's performances in the floor events this year, he's averaging just over 94. That's just puts him around the sort of 32 mark in the list. It's good, it's competitive, it's not quite as good as it was last year. Still think he's got a little way to go.
What we do know about Martin Schindler, though, is that he does have an absolutely incredible A game, as Kim Huybrechts looks to find his A game on the finishing. Shuffle across.
20. Martin, you require
132 is always a favourite checkout.
Not now, it isn't. I don't think he'd get to the bullseye there anyway.
60.
Would have been very, very difficult for him, even if he got the treble 19.
Yeah, it'd been thrown from where the camera was, I think. Well, he's had chances, Kim Huybrechts. 6 of them, to be precise.
Oh dear. Treble 13. Well, Martin Schindler has been presented with a golden opportunity to get the opening leg when he's done very little to merit it, and he hasn't managed to take the chance. Much better from Kim Huybrechts.
8th time lucky for the Belgian. It's a start, but not a particularly encouraging start.
93.
They've run into each other a lot over the years, these two. This is their 10th meeting. And bearing in mind that date, it's all the way back to 2016, when Kim Huybrechts was winning titles. Well, his first spell of winning titles. As we said, he's won one this year, but that ended a 7-year wait. And Martin Schindler has actually dropped off the tour in that intervening time and then come back having won his tour card back. Schindler actually leads the head-to-heads 5-4. When really it's only the last 2.5 years where Schindler has really stepped up to become a big player in the world of darts.
Yeah, they've met twice on the European Tour stage. 1 win apiece. The very first meeting was in the European Darts Grand Prix in 2016. Huybrechts bageled Schindler. The German only averaged 77. Now we know that Martin Schindler is a much different player to back then, a much more competitive player. Good response to this.
Yeah, much better. Leaves himself on top after 12 darts. But Kim Huybrechts. Oh, okay. He's going to leave himself on 4 after 12 darts. I think that's accidental. It doesn't matter anyway.
Martin Schindler not put off by the accidental 174.
134.
Damon Heta awaits the winner of this one.
100.
Yeah, Heta, the number 4 seed this weekend. He's already taken out Dylan Slevin. Then it's the winner of this one to face him, and it's in the same quarter as Dirk van Duijvenbode and Mario Vandenbogaerde, which is the game that follows this, and Johnny Clayton Martijn Kleermaker, which could be an entertaining game, the penultimate game of tonight's session. It'll be quick, I'll tell you that.
125.
Feels like these two have settled into a nice rhythm here, and they're both playing some decent stuff now.
Kim's scoring's been really good in the opening stages. First night average of 115.78.
44. Give me a require 106.
Could be a 12-darter. It still could be a 12-darter. Double 16.
90.
Not to be, but Huybrechts has established a big lead in this leg.
58.
I think that's a mistake there from Schindler. He had the option of using the bullseye had he not gone to the 19s to make sure he left a finish of some kind. Doesn't matter because Kim tidies that up, but there could have been a little bit more pressure applied.
$81.
Martin Schindler, the only player flying the flag for his home country here this weekend. No Gabriel Clemens in the field, no Ricardo Pietreczko, who's had more than a few good moments on the European Tour this year.
60.
And while Clemens is the higher ranked, he had that brilliant run at the World Championship, it is Martin Schindler who's been performing in the floor events over the last and the Euro Tour over the last 12 months better than any of the other German players. And you could argue that he's the best German darts has at the minute. I think it's very close between him and Gabriel Clemens.
One thing's for certain, with the event only around a month away, there could be a dynamite World Cup duo.
They really could. And we've seen Martin team up very effectively in the past with Max Hopp. He has played with Gabriel before, and they look like they could, in theory, be really dangerous. We'll see what the new dynamic of pairs format all the way through does to that tournament as Kim eyes up the 170. He wants the bullseye. 3-1 Huybrechts, yet another big fish real in this weekend in Prague.
It's a running theme of this tournament. Kim Huybrechts, take a bow. Superb stuff. Another player who has had a bit of rejuvenation in 2023. Yeah, it was all right, Kim.
More than all right, Kim. Tell your face, man.
100.
Well, he ended what was an agonisingly long wait for a title at the start of this year. 8 years, I think it was.
Yeah, getting on for 8 years.
140.
And credit to Kim Huybrechts, because in that intervening time, he's had injury problems, he's dropped down the rankings, he's missing out on the big TV tournaments. And for many players, that
57.
is the death knell for their careers. Not so for Kim Huybrechts. And his rejuvenation, his renaissance has coincided with a real boom in his home country. And who knows, maybe that in itself has played a part. He certainly has said on a purely practical basis that he's opened a dart shop over the last couple of years,
96.
which is actually, punters are not only buying their equipment, they're basically turning up to play with him, to practice with him, and he's getting him on the practice board. There's a very real tangible benefit for Kim Huybrechts in the boom in Belgian darts. And right now, he's illustrating it magnificent.
I think having his brother Ronnie back on tour has helped him as well. He won his card at the beginning of the year. Kim Huybrechts wants double four. He's making everything look easy at the moment, rattling serenely through this game. Dodgy opening leg aside, Kim Huybrechts, his last 3 legs, has won in 40 darts.
Yeah, and he was left on double 2 in the leg that he lost, that second leg, after just 12.
96.
Another one of those games where if you take the poor first leg out, everything since has been really good.
85.
This is the performance of the day so far from Kim Huybrechts, eclipsing the numbers posted by Dave Chisnall just minutes ago on that stage.
140.
Little shuffle over. Tried to clatter into those two darts on the right-hand side. You can see the thinking, didn't quite work out.
36.
That didn't work out at all. Kim Huybrechts.
36.
Yeah, minor malfunction, but not one I think will bother him too much.
58. 59. Martin, you require 78.
Don't let him have a go at that 170, Martin. Double 12 will stop him. Double 12 does stop him. And it stops the rot.
So let Kim to throw first.
It was good advice you offered him. He took it.
57.
Well, Kim Huybrechts winning that Players' Championship title early this year, as he said, ended that title drought of more than 7 years. But he is a two-time winner on the European Tour, and he has made a number of deep runs to quarters, semis, finals of these things without going and getting the title. The Euro Tour was where Kim Huybrechts did a lot of his best work for a number of years. And a rejuvenated Huybrechts, don't discount him when it comes to weighing up who you think could be taking the title.
Well, he's certainly making a case for himself here. 84 left after 9 darts thrown.
99.
Martin Schindler could not offer enough resistance. He's been blown away by the hurricane. Doesn't need to go 14 and bull. He doesn't.
52.
And it's a smart setup.
$134. 32.
Martin Schindler isn't doing a lot wrong in this game, but Kim Huybrechts is doing more right. 5-2 and a leg away from reaching the final day of the Czech Darts Open, having not won a game on the European Tour since September last year prior to this weekend. Early exits in the Netherlands, Austria, Belgium,
58.
all this year. And he said, after his first round win here against Callan Ridge, that defeat 6-0 to Ricky Evans in his home country just last week hurt more than most of the defeats he suffered in what is quite an impressive and long career already, Kim Huybrechts.
I remember looking at that result, and there was a genuine sort of audible gasp. 6-0 in his home country against a player in Ricky Evans, who's had a poor 2023. Huybrechts has had a good 2023. It's no wonder that it hurts him. But one thing you've got to fully credit him for is that he has bounced back and bounced back really well.
83.
Callan Ridge didn't play well yesterday in his first round match against Kim Huybrechts. Huybrechts did the job. He's doing the job here.
49.
Schindler trying to find his way back into the game. Looks like he's going to tie up this 8th leg.
105. Martin, you require 32.
Well, to get to 3 legs. Next door for double 8.
24.
Now then.
56.
60-60, double 18. And it's game over. Game over, man. No, not quite.
100.
Launch that third dart away. Perhaps feeling that Schindler is finally going to take his chance. They're chasing doubles and he gets double two.
Kim to throw first.
Thirsty lads.
Got to keep hydrated.
Wise words. Public health message from Dan McCarthy there.
34. 59.
Yeah, it is tough work against Huybrechts in this kind of form. He's stuck in there, Martin Schindler, but he's been limited. I know he's had 9 darts to double, but a big old chunk of those came in that last leg. He had 6 of those darts to double in that last leg alone. The rest of the match, but he's only had 2 other legs where he's had a chance to win. Huybrechts has just been setting it up and taking it out on a regular basis. That won't help. That might hurt him, actually.
It's like he's throwing the dart onto a trampoline. It's springing back to him.
39.
Well,
2 really violent bounce outs.
Yeah, and it denies him ending up on a finish. And Huybrechts is going to be on one. Oh, he's staying there, is he?
140.
Aggressive.
Wonder if that's almost sending Schindler a message. I don't have to do things by the mathematical book.
It may be he's feeling so good around that treble 20 that he just thought, I've got a marker, I can use that. It may be a calculated risk, and it's a risk that paid off because he should get a dart at the outer ring minimum. 20 for tops for 6-3. Room to the right.
59.
Can't find it.
Martin, you require 130.
Oh, this would be interesting if Schindler can pin 130. It's 1 dart at the ball.
105.
Huybrechts completed the big fish. Schindler can't take its little brother. Huybrechts on double 10, wraps up an excellent victory against Martin Schindler. Really laying down a marker. We've seen Kim Huybrechts win a Players' Championship already this year. I think he fancies another pop at a big stage title. A ton average from the Belgian against Martin Schindler, whose wait for a first ever PDC title continues. The first of the seeds to be eliminated today. Kim Huybrechts sets up a potentially intriguing clash with Damon Heta.
16 of the Czech Darts Open, the Hurricane Kim Huybrechts. Kim, massive congratulations for big parts of that match. Like your nickname says, you blew Martin Schindler away. Ton plus average in the end. You must be delighted with that.
I'm really happy. This is the way I can play, and I'm showing it not enough. I know it's in me. It's always there. When I'm practicing, it's always there. But in the games, it's not enough. Not enough.
When you said yesterday how much Visa, how much Belgium, the match in Belgium or Belgium hurt you, whatever you did in that week, it worked, because until yesterday you had to wait for around about a year for a win on the European Tour stage. Now 2 of them have come, and they have come in an impressive fashion.
Yeah, last week was a real slap in the face, losing 6-0 for your home crowd. It was, yeah, you can't. It was a kick in the balls, not a slap in the face. It was really hard. So this week I went back to basic, just enjoy it again. I won a Pro Tour in the beginning of the year, and maybe I put too much pressure on myself, and I'm enjoying it again now. And I think sometimes that's the key, enjoy yourself.
Kim, that is great to see. Tomorrow you're going to play against Damon Heta. You've not met each other so often. You played each other once, you won that game. But if you play like this, I mean, you can be dangerous for absolutely anyone in this field.
Yeah, I can. If you play like this, you can beat anyone, I know. But you have to play like this to beat somebody like Damon Heta. He's one of the best players in the world. So, yeah, tomorrow, new day. We'll see what happens.
Kim, congratulations. Great performance. Best of luck tomorrow on the final day of action. Ladies and gentlemen, the Hurricane, Kim Huybrechts.
The Hurricane has blown down the wall. A really impressive performance from Kim Huybrechts in defeating the number 13 seed Martin Schindler. And finally, we've seen one of the qualifiers beat the seeds. A ton average from Kim Huybrechts. Without question, the moment of the match was the fabulous 170 checkout. Been a running theme of the tournament this weekend. We've seen 3 of them already. Hopefully, it wasn't the last. Really, really good performance from Kim Huybrechts, who's already won a title this year and is looking dangerous. We're into the final knockings of this afternoon session. Nathan Aspinall, the Premier League player, who's got a match with Johnny Clayton in Aberdeen on Thursday. Maybe you might be thinking about that one. He's hoping for a first Euro Tour title against Martin Lukeman, who made great strides in these events last year. But coming up now, we've got another Belgian in Mario Vandenbogaerde. He's taking on the Titan, the Over Genius, Dirk van Duijvenbode.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2023 Gambrinus Czech Darts Open. Second round action brought to you live by the PDC Europe as we're coming to you from the PVA Expo here in Prague. Time now for our next match. Would you please welcome on stage from Belgium, a semi-finalist on the Challenge Tour and a Lakeside World Championship semi-finalist. Time to meet Super Mario Vandenbogaerde.
Myself like I can. Of this job I will do. All this may be true. You are the one and only you.
And his opponent from the Netherlands, the world number 11, with 6 titles on the Pro Tour, a World Grand Prix, and European Tour finalist. Time to welcome the Titan, Dirk van Duijvenbode.
It even makes our cameras shake. Dirk van Duijvenbode's scorecard, I'd say, is around about the equivalent of necking 10 cans of Red Bull and a couple of coffees on top, a couple of espressos. The most exciting player in world darts, arguably, at the moment. A man who's won 3 titles. He's probably the most talented player not to win a big stage title on the European Tour. It's been a good weekend so far for Belgian darts. We've just seen Kim Huybrechts advance safely into round 3. We saw Mike De Decker beat Ian White yesterday. We also saw Mario Vandenbogaerde just about overcome Matt Campbell in a game that we're going to reference near Paul Nicholson quite frequently because it was madcap, to say the least. Mario averaged 97. He played some really, really good stuff against the Canadian. But when 97 might not be enough to beat an opponent, you know you're playing a special player. Dirk van Duijvenbode has been knocking on the door, pounding on the door. He hasn't quite yet knocked it down. But Paul, this could be the weekend. We say this for every European Tour. Surely things are going to click into gear for Dirk at some point.
You'd like to think so.
Ladies and gentlemen, first leg, Dirk's in front first. Game on!
The one point I'd like to make about Dirk is that we have enough of a sample size when it comes to his career now that we can see what his strengths are and what his perceivable weaknesses could be. Now, if you look at the early part of his career, when he started doing this walk on and getting everybody involved and making such up-tempo and hard-style music so ubiquitous in the walk-on world of darts, he was always seen as someone who played better with adrenaline. I subscribe to that. I still do. But if you look at his title haul in the PDC, none of them are on the stage, which doesn't make sense. The fact that he wasn't a floor player up until the end of 2019, we thought that maybe if he got onto the Euro stage, he could possibly do what Jamie Hughes did here 4 years ago. He could pick up a stage title before the floor. But the fact remains, he has won all of his titles on the floor now, so he's mastered that better than anybody else this year. And the stage stuff is still waiting to be mastered.
Yeah, it's generally been a good year on the Euro Tour for Dirk. Semi-final last week where he lost to Luke Humphries. He reached the final in Leverkusen, losing out in a last leg decider to Gerwin Price. Not going to make it back-to-back matches where we've got a 170 finish, not in this leg at least.
Require 140.
Big ask for Mario.
Too big an ask.
Just the straight ton now to leave tops. Dirk will have his pick. Seeing more players go for treble 18 on this shot now than ever before when their opponent's on a double. But the ball first. Ooh, that's brash. That's brilliant. I'm going to pitch my tent, and it's got nothing to do with that first leg. I was going to say this anyway. I think he wins one this year. I have waited a long time to say that. Dan's been saying it for about 2 years. But I genuinely think that one of the titles that we see this year on the European Tour, he will have his name on them. And when he gets the first one, I think another one could follow quite soon after. Pretty much like Michael Smith at the start of his European Tour career.
Yeah, we could see the floodgates open in a similar way, perhaps. Could look at someone like Luke Humphries, who won one last year, then couldn't stop winning them. 4 out of 13 were in the name of Cool Hand Luke. And all the stats point to Dirk winning at a big stage tournament at some point. And of course, he's got his army of fans there. Never has a vegetable been so synonymous with a darts player. He's even got the aubergine on his collar.
You really are testing me now, Dan. I'm thinking back through my memory bank of dart players. Nope. I think Dirk has got it with the aubergine.
Spoken in plenty of games about contrasting styles. Exhibit A.
I have to concur. Let's face it, Mario is very methodical. Dirk is very organic. A bit like that aubergine we just saw. Just splitting the air with those darts with very little time in between. And miraculously, Dan, they've never played each other before.
Yeah, I was surprised to see that. I know Mario's not been on tour all that long, but been around the dart scene a long
games that you have to play.
Yeah, you've got to be able to handle whatever opponent is thrown your way. Mario is within his right to throw as fast or as slow as he wants, as fast or as slow as he feels comfortable with.
You don't see many methodical younger players anymore. I think Yanni Lorela, in his late 20s, might be in the last sort of range of the methodical player. Because if you look at everybody that's coming through, they all have this speed about them, don't they? It's almost like the darts are too hot. They can't wait to get them out of their hands.
I think it maybe comes with the territory as well that they want to be showmen. They know they've got loads of fans to impress. They want people chanting their name. I am trying to think of young players who don't throw quickly. There's a bit of a head scratch. I think Ryan Meikle's probably one of them.
Yeah, I'd say that's a fair point. Ryan's one of the more methodical, but he's also brilliant.
He is.
You don't have to be fast to be furious.
Look at Peter Wright. He's a quick player.
Yeah, well said.
Brilliant.
You are going to see Peter Wright tonight. He's playing Brendan Dolan, who used to be slow, but is now a little bit quicker. He took out Jelle Klaassen yesterday, who was at times not comfortable with the pace of yesterday's game. Dirk is suffering so far in this methodical pace. That's not the end of the world. It gives him choices now. Single 11. Oh, another shot at tops. And that is a break of throw. Made a really good observation yesterday, Dan, about the fact that Mario is not wearing the undersleeves this weekend because everybody remembers coming here last year and 4 years ago and how hot it was. My sources tell me from the players' room that this stage is not that hot. It's actually, it's on the pleasant to slightly cool side. I wonder how cool it's going to be later when Sedlacek is here against Cullen and 3,000 mad Czech fans are screaming.
I think it'll be an inferno, particularly if your name's Joe Cullen.
I think we've already built this match up to be the match of the day. It could well be. Carroll's game yesterday with Jeffrey Sparadans, who was the 500th European Tour debutant. That was something. What a great shot that is. Two contrasting darts teams, by the looks of it, chanting against each other. And now in unison. What a great bunch.
Well, we'll have a 2-hour break in between sessions. I wonder if they're going to ask politely if they can have a throw.
It's actually quite refreshing, Dan, to come to a venue where they're not singing about the Touré brothers.
I think they did a little bit last night.
Did they?
Yeah.
I just put my foot in it then. Dirk is only averaging 88 in this game and 91 on his front nine. Mario is continuing to do what he did yesterday. Over 105 on the front nine and 98. And it's improving. He might not be in trouble yet, but if Dirk doesn't get in this game soon, he might find himself in quicksand.
81. He started with a 14 darter. I thought it was going to be a case of classic Dirk, around about the 100 to 105 average mark, something we see from him quite regularly these days. And I thought it was going to be a game where Mario, they almost have to produce a personal best.
I do get the feeling that Dirk has got a mental clock as to when he's comfortable in approaching the hockey. I just got the feeling that just before this visit began, he was trying to be more patient. You can tell in the background, he's just trying to use up time by looking at his hand, looking at his equipment. And when he sees Mario back off, he's going to spend more time thinking. And he might even be further behind.
69.
18s, 19s, 16s. Double 14. Comes up trumps. And even there, the celebration was somewhat muted. I don't know whether that's something to do with his injury.
Just a little bark to the crowd almost.
Well, this crowd have had a ball this afternoon. They loved it when Chizzy won over Geert Nentjes. That's one Dutchman dispatched. Another one in Vincent Vandenbogaerde. If Dirk is beaten, that means all Dutch players will have gone out this afternoon. Now, there are 3 more tonight. Highly fancied as well. And there's also 1 Czech player tonight, 4 English players, the most represented nation tonight. And England also the most represented nation this afternoon. Belgium has had 2 players this afternoon. You've just seen one of them go through. There will be 2 more tonight in the shape of Mike de Decker and Dimitri Vandenbogaerde. I get the feeling that Mario was really enjoying this. Maybe more than any last 32 matches he's ever had. I know he's only had 2. It's always going to be difficult to be the qualifier. You have to take the seed out. And when it's the number 5 seed, you know you're up against someone who's in form.
And Mario, prior to this game, had only ever won 3 games on the Euro Tour stage. Also, the Belfast as Rasper Campbell conquered. He's never taken out the seed.
56.
He takes out this leg.
161.
This will be some effort.
Against the darts as well, with Dirk sat on top. Not going to go.
Got to give credit to Vandenbogaerde though.
90.
He's been tested in more ways than one in this match, from the standard perspective and his patience. And he's starting to warm to the challenge. Now, Dan, I was in Belgium last week watching Dirk Vandenbogaerde play, and the amount of times I saw him last week with the inferior average winning, it was starting to become silly. His doubling in this match so far, flawless. But his average, it's a good 5 points behind his opponent, and this is becoming a part of his arsenal now. We used to say this about Michael Smith, didn't we? That he could blow players away. But he found it tricky when it was a sticky wicket, when it was an awkward game. Maybe Dirk is starting to master this.
60.
Yes, as far as Dirk's concerned, this game's a little bit like wading through treacle. It's not being played at the pace he wants. But I think I mentioned it earlier, it's an important facet of any darts player to be able to win with a B or a C game.
Everybody remembers the first game they ever played where they were physically and mentally uncomfortable with the pace of it. I played Justin Pike in 2009. 10 legs took nearly 50 minutes. And I thought that the world had stopped because it was that long a game. But I still won. And I thought, if I lose patience, I lose the game. And I think Dirk is clever enough to know that if he loses patience, he will lose the game as well. And since he went 2-1 down, you started to fight back with some really good, patient, accurate play.
Go across to the 18s, he does. A double 8. Wonderful from Dirk Vandenbogaerde. A second ton-plus checkout of the game. A break of throw as well. It's 3 on the bounce. And he's beginning to warm up after what was a very lukewarm start.
That's a nice little burst, that, of 43 darts.
Mario gives him the gilding.
Just such a gent is Mario. I've said it many times. But he hasn't got a nasty bone in his body.
70.
And it's hard to get motivated in a Dirk-style way against such a nice bloke.
Yeah, it's almost like, I want to beat you, but I quite like you as well. I don't want to beat you that much.
Yeah, it's if you're a big fan of heavy metal music and you want to listen to it, but you're in a library and you think, it's probably not the right time to do it. Whereas sometimes you've just got to win a slightly muted way.
45.
And ironically, because of what we spoke about at the start of the game, he's more comfortable in a muted environment in winning because he's won in Players' Championship venues, which ironically are like libraries.
basically, Dirk doesn't make sense.
Well, it's never made sense.
Or Dirk's career doesn't make sense.
We like that he's different, though. Ever since he joined the PDC European Tour, he has been doing things his own way. And he's got a legion of fans now, including us. We love to watch him. Now, we can't see where that first dart went for Mario until now, but because of the follow-through, you knew it was a bad one. There's Team Mario. You must join us tonight. More fans in here. It's going to be louder. It's going to be hotter. And all of the big names will be here. Van Gerwen takes on De Decker. Peter Wright against Dolan. Rob Cross against Rasma. We will start with Noppert against De Souza. But then later on, Sedlacek, Cullen, that headlines with Luke Humphreys and Ross Smith. Game 6. Boy, oh boy, could that be good.
There's barely a weak game. I don't think there is a weak game. Even the last two, Clearmacher against Clayton, that could be tricky. Belmont could cause Vandenbogaerde problems. Well, that's the second time that Mario's been on 81, and he's hit the 10 segment. Great adjustment. Double 16 for a break back.
65.
Well, Dirk hit double 14 earlier on a 104. I was just going to say he could actually leave 28 again after 2 darts on that combination. I think that's what he was trying to do, actually. Treble 19 would have left 64 double 14, but it's a moot point now because the leg is over. And here's a break back as well.
I think Mario to throw first. Game on.
Really intriguing game, this one. The way that Dirk has blown hot, then cold, then hot, and a little bit cold again. Been an inconsistent performance.
Yeah, winning legs in the middle portion of the game of 13 and 12, a 14 to start, so lots of world-class stuff, but some scruffy stuff in there as well. And we've got to pay credit to Mario. I know how much he will want to make his first appearance on a Sunday in a European Tour event. And by the looks of it, if he's going to do it, he's going to do it his way. He's not going to try and speed up. I've watched Mario many times, and I don't think he's ever changed his game for anybody else. Be it in a BDO World semi-final against Jim Williams, Dirk today, Matt Campbell yesterday.
Well, I mean, if you do that, it's almost a signal to your opponent that he's getting to me a little bit. I'm changing my routine because of the guy I'm playing.
Yeah, I don't think Mario is uncomfortable with the pace of this game at all. But I hazard a very large, bold guess that Dirk is not happy with the pace.
I think Mario's quite enjoying it, to be honest.
I'm getting shades of Jockey Wilson standing at the back of the stage, waiting for his opponent just to deliver the first dart. Have you ever seen that one?
Well, what's come to my mind, we did stage 2 at Minehead. Do you remember Adam Gavlas, Willie O'Connor?
Yep.
And we were more interested in watching O'Connor's facial expressions.
Yeah, I remember.
Waiting for Gavlas to deliver the darts.
Genuinely one of the most entertaining people to watch. Not just his darts, but people. That's Willie O'Connor.
The eye rolling was off the charts. The eye rolling will be off the charts for Mario if Dirk takes this. Needs the ball. Come on, Dirk. We've been used to those.
I'm surprised he missed it. Ah, there you go. The somewhat backhand respect. Oh, it's a lovely dart from Mario. Double 10. For a level game to take us to best of 3. That's a wonderful check-up from the Belgian.
That was reluctant from Dirk, wasn't it?
Yeah, just a little bit. But sometimes you've got to pay respect. That really was a great shot. being played in a somewhat, how can I put this? I was going to say North American, but I'm going to say worldwide sense, where a lot of games that are played outside of the PDC and WDF, there are fist pumps after every leg. It happens a lot in soft tip in the Far East, in places like Malaysia, Japan, Hong Kong. After every leg, you touch fists. But I know there are players within the PDC system that despise that kind of behavior because you want to be really focused at this point. And a cricket stump 180 from Dirk.
Well, coming up next month is the fist bump-a-thon, the World Cup. It's every visit.
Yeah.
3 single ones. Oh, there you go, mate.
Yeah, that's what Simon and I used to do in the World Cup. After every shot, whether it was to say that was a good one or let's do better next time, it was just something that you cling to help yourself in the challenge. But nobody can help you up here. Dirk's doing a good job here in leg number 9. Mario would love to join him on 1-2-1.
Well, Dirk's such a rhythmic player usually. He can bang in 180 after 180 after 180, but because he's been made to wait that little bit longer, isn't there as regularly. We'll start with the bull. Sensible call.
And Dirk has got World Cup experience. So he knows about being on stage and having to wait a little bit longer for his turn. Maybe that experience can help him in a game like this.
He's not going to be at the World Cup unless he has an incredible month. Apparently Michael Van Gerwen and Danny Noppert. Van Gerwen missed out last year because he just had surgery on a troublesome wrist problem. It's too close for comfort.
36.
And I think the first start explained those 2 misses.
Yeah, maybe. This situation is anything but comfortable now. He has to wait to see if Mario can take 44 more. And if he does, it will be a break of throw.
88.
That was arguably the biggest start of Mario Vandenbogaerde's European Tour career.
Well, that grimace is about as much emotion as you're going to get on stage from Mario. And you know that meant a lot. And Dirk punishes. It's only a hold of throw, but at this stage of the match, it's massive.
Dirk's average is still less than Mario's. This ability to win more matches with inferior stats, it's just happening so much. Now, 93 is the kind of average that will win you a lot of European Tour matches. But very few times will it beat a 97. I know that James Wade has somewhat made a career of doing this. What you need on top of this situation, though, are excellent doubles. And you have to say that Dirk's have been brilliant at 56%. Mario would have been in a very different position had he hit that double 16.
60.
Yeah, it'd have been thrown for the match.
And you do get the sense as well that if Mario was to lose this match, getting to Sunday on the European Tour now becomes a huge mental hurdle because it keeps happening. Losing on Saturdays. If you get back there, you think, am I going to lose again? And he's not in the next 2 European Tour events as well. So this is a huge, huge chance, possibly gone, if he doesn't get himself off the canvas.
Oh, there's so much room. Well, even though he didn't fill it up, he liked it. Giving him a healthy lead in this leg, which has quickly evaporated. Still in Mario's hands, though.
One more error for Mario, and Dirk might pounce. Should look at the ball. 2-dart range now. That's exactly what you're looking for. If you're not going to get the maximum approach, you think 105 is the minimum you will accept. And Dirk has left a bogey number. Talk about things going your way in the last 20 seconds.
That's why the ball is a useful target for darts players. Mario has all the time in the world, although that's not a great start. Well, treble 14 or treble 18, he's got options.
Dirk is chastising himself at the back of the stage. Because if he'd have left 164, he would have fancied it. Oh, and look what happens. If he'd got the second one, he would have felt even worse.
Mario require 32.
To take us all the way.
Game Charlotte second.
Well, I feel this game deserves a last leg because Dirk's not been at his absolute best. Mario has put him under pressure. Mario has out-averaged him. Oh, what a start. A 180 would have been brutal. A 140 will do the job.
Some people just refuse to be beaten when it's their darts in the last leg decider. It's a big ask for Mario to get through this when he's against the darts, and Dirk has started with a 2 treble visit.
And already one visit apiece. He can feel it slipping away. He can feel it slipping away.
It's almost a surprise that Dirk's only got 3 maximums in this game. We saw an absolute bundle from Ross Smith last night, one of the Rat Pack boys on the 180 charts, all towards the top. The likes of Chisnall and Ross Smith and Dirk and De Decker. Gary Anderson's not here. He's part of that as well.
Yeah, I feel like there could be some sore arms in the crowd with the Humphrey Smith game because they're going to be raising them signs all evening long.
You're not wrong. It's a good job those 180 cards aren't about 10 kilos. Otherwise, they're going to be shoulder pressing for Czechia.
Once again, on 1-2. Oh, no, he doesn't start. It was treble 15.
81.
That's weird.
That's different. It just goes to show how his brain works. I do not know one other dart player on earth who would have done that. But ultimately, with Mario all the way back on 301, it was the right thing to do.
It was the right thing to do. Dirk van Duijvenbode overcomes Mario Vandenbogaerde in what was a real quality game of darts. It toed and froed either way. Dirk was hot, then not, then hot, then not, but he ended up very, very hot indeed. Great players take out great legs when they need to. A 13-darter for Dirk van Duijvenbode to cap off a 6-5 win against Mario Vandenbogaerde. He can take a lot of encouragement from this weekend so far. Vandenbogaerde, he's played some really, really good darts, but ultimately Dirk van Duijvenbode proved too strong as he hunts for his very first European Tour title.
The last 16 of the Czech Darts Open. Dirk, congratulations. We said it a couple of times now. You've kind of, the last couple of matches that you won on a European Tour, you're battling out results, and you had to do it again today. Mario played some good stuff, both of you actually, both averaged around about 95, but you managed to do it again.
Yeah, but I'm still not recovered, but I'm getting better every week. So I don't really look at the average at the moment. I literally look at the results. I'm battling. It costs me a lot of energy with the pain, but it's getting less every week. So I feel like I'm getting close to my all game again. And I mean, I'm a fighter, and pain or no pain, I'll always try my best. But sometimes you just need to focus on things you can do. If I'm in a lot of pain, it costs a lot of energy, so I need to spread that through the game. And sometimes you just need to let legs go where I normally would battle for them. And it's just my tactics. Spread my energy and use it when I need it. And last week that almost made me to the final, even though I didn't play well, but I spread my energy.
You said there how much energy that costs. You're also getting a lot of energy, no matter where you go from this crowd. I mean, once again, they were so firmly behind you here. It must mean a lot.
Yeah. I don't play a lot in Czech and I don't speak Czech. So, but they were great for me, and I really appreciate it. It means a lot.
Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for the Titan, Dirk van Duijvenbode.
That man is through to the Sunday once again. And it means that only one person who has a seeding number next to their name has fallen by the wayside this afternoon. And that was Martin Schindler. Ultimately, Dirk's average was over that of Mario only at the very end, thanks to that 13 darter at the end. So Dirk is through to play against Johnny Clayton or Martin Claymaker on Sunday. This is what we got coming up for you. One more match. And that will be Nathan Aspinall of England taking on his compatriot Martin Lukeman, who is looking to make a Sunday on the European Tour for the first time this year. Aspinall will be the favourite, but wait for this crowd to go mad for these two Englishmen.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2023 Gambrinus Czech Darts Open. The second round brought to you live by the PDC Europe as we're coming to you from the PVA Expo here in Prague. One more match to come your way in this Saturday afternoon session. Would you please welcome on stage first from Watford, England, a World Grand Prix quarter-finalist, a finalist on the European Tour. Time to welcome Smash Martin Lukeman. And his opponent from Stockport, England, the world number 9, a Premier League and World Grand Prix finalist, and the former UK Open champion. Time to meet the Asp, Nathan just fine, gotta be down because I want it all. It started out with a kiss, how did it end up like this? It was only a kiss.
I think many people in this Czech crowd have been waiting to see that man on your left in Nathan Aspinall, one of the Premier League players. And he's got a pretty big week coming up, hasn't he? With a last-ditch effort to try and make the playoffs at the expense of Johnny Clayton. But before we even get there, he will try to inflate his confidence by possibly winning his first European Tour title. Martin Lukeman, his opponent, who came through against Kovac of Hungary yesterday. It was the first game of the tournament, and at times Martin played some decent stuff. Just tailed off a little bit at the end with the doubles, but in his own words, he said, all I wanted to do was win. It didn't matter about the standard of that win, but now he knows. Against a man he has played on a big stage before, he will have to lift his level possibly by about 10%. It's a lot to ask for Smash, but the Asp will be the favourite. Where will this match be won and lost, Dan Dawson?
It's difficult to say. But what we can say is both of these guys had brilliant years in 2022. Martin Lukeman using the European Tour as a platform to really establish himself as a big name in the world of darts, getting himself to big TV tournaments and reaching his first major quarterfinal at the World Grand Prix. But his run there was ended by Nathan Aspinall, whose high watermarks last year came with 2 major finals, one at the Grand Slam and one at the World Grand Prix. So that week in the double start tournament was a big one for both of these guys. And it is, at least partially, why Nathan Aspinall is in with a chance of reaching the Premier League playoffs, because it's got him into the Premier League for a start.
34.
He has been a bit up and down. He is still working on some issues with his throw, but he's basically just trying to let him go as quickly as he can, playing a bit more at the pace that he used to play at when he was a younger player. He says that's helping him. And we saw some good stuff from him last weekend, particularly in his opening game in Belgium, where he dismantled Martijn Kleermaker and averaged over a ton.
Yeah, I think he enjoyed that match, but then again, you enjoy every game that you win with a ton plus average.
Yeah, that Grand Prix game, by the way, 3-2 in sets, 90 average for the Asp. In double start format, that is very, very handy.
I think the old formula was in double start add 10.
Yeah, I mean...
I'm not sure if it's that accurate anymore.
No. But it's good. And that's all right, but this is a decent chance for a breaker throw for Martin Lukeman, and he will need one in this game. Not going to come just yet.
Got an absolute beauty yesterday, a 1-2-7 on the ball.
Yeah, it was important that as well, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Nathan requires 60.
Single 20 for tops, obviously. I wonder if that's a good single for him. Didn't turn out to be. Just thought maybe he could use one of the wings of the flight as a marker. There is the first leg to Lukeman. And it was a break and throw in 17 darts. We're taking advantage of those two misses from the Asp.
This in the same little section of the draw where Ryan Searle has already booked his place in the last 16. So it is the number 10 seed who awaits the winner of this one. Only one seeded player has fallen so far today. That's Martin Schindler going down to Kim Huybrechts, who's been probably up there with Dave Chisnall, the performer of the day so far.
That was a superb performance from Kim. And I'm sure he will be sticking around like he did yesterday when he saw Martin Kleermaker beat Stephen Bunting. But fellow Belgians Mike de Decker and Dimitri Vandenbogaerde coming later. And Huybrechts coming into decent form again this year, leading up to a World Cup. Interesting times. And also interesting times this weekend when it comes to the England team, because Rob Cross is currently in a shirt. Humphreys is trying to take it off him.
Yeah, there's only 3.5 grand between them. There is nothing between them.
And this is a very English section of the draw as well, because these two looking to play an Englishman next. Like you said, Dan, that's a very unfortunate bounce out for Martin.
It's caught the wire, hasn't it?
35.
Or was it the flight?
I think Nathan understands that was very unlucky.
96.
Take your luck while you can get it. Well, this would be a serious shot.
88.
I'm sure there are people at home saying, why didn't he go double-double? Well, the marker was so good. That marker's not bad. Is it in? It is! Another bullseye checkout for Martin Lukeman. And that marker really was a perler.
Well, open it up nicely. Very inviting. And it's a rather attractive 2-0 lead that Lukeman now has against the Asp, who's averaging 99. Not done much wrong, Nathan Aspinall, apart from miss a couple of darts at double.
96.
Famous last words. When you play certain people, they think, I don't have to average 99 plus. I've just got to be in that range of around 91 to 94 and just give me a few shots at a double. Already, Martin's hit 2 from 3. I had a chat with him earlier, and I think he was dying to have a chat with me and Dan McCarthy, because yesterday we were talking about the difference between 2022 and 2023. He was telling us about what's going on in his life, and I'm not at liberty to divulge what is going on, but he's got a lot of challenges. Let's put it that way. Oh, what a leg from Aspinall. 11 darter, and that's an elite leg from an elite player.
Yeah, and first 3 legs into this, Nathan Aspinall may be trailing 2-1, but how good does he look? There is no re-gripping. There is no stress. There's no messing about. Oh, just now. But straight in, and then he's getting through with the visits. That's the first time he's done it in 4 legs. And he's averaging under an 8. He's scoring brilliantly. He's not done anything wrong. Martin Lukeman has just taken out a couple of shots at the right time.
57.
What is it about the European Tour and the different headwear that we see? have seen a chicken hat today. We've seen people with MVG flights around their hat. We've got a clown there.
Got a clown in here, Paul.
If you don't know who the clown is, you are the clown. I was talking to Martin and I said to him, because he was very relaxed this morning, he just wanted to come up here and enjoy this game. And I somewhat mistakenly said, you should go up there and let your hair down. And he just laughed.
Do you know what? I think this is the sort of game that both of these two are really going to... They've started well, and they're both players who love a battle. They absolutely adore it. Lukeman lives for it. The bigger the name, the more up for it he is. And Aspinall is a big name. But he's not up to the task with the 116.
He might not have been playing on the tour as well as last year, but because he's so ingrained with his local scene around Hertfordshire, he's been winning at the local level as well. He's been keeping up the winning habit, which is really, really key for him. 6. Oh, a chance for smash.
Two misses inside. Now, Martin Lukeman's just querying the call here, because Ross took a second before calling.
Last score was 92.
Yeah, he said 82, which would have left 34. It was actually 92, which has left 24. Martin's done the right thing. Ross has done the right thing there. So we've got to where it should be.
He left double 12. Can he hit it? You bet he can. That shows real strength in mind as well. Those moments of pause where you are tested and you come through them, that again just builds that confidence another level.
All right, we are into the fifth leg of this game. Nathan Aspinall's first 9 average is 130.
58.
He is scoring like a dream, but he has missed doubles in a couple of legs now. He has missed multiple darts at double and lost them both. But if he continues to score like this, then there is no need to panic whatsoever, because he'd be in any game against anyone if he carries on at this pace.
It proves something that you've said to me for quite a few years. A 91 and change average or a 92 average can be anything.
Look, 90 odd and hit the doubles that count. You are going to be, it's going to take something ridiculous to make sure you're not competitive. You're going to be in the game.
Aspinall will be thinking like he's a boxer like Lomachenko. He's got all the arsenal, all the punches, but he just can't lay a glove on his opponent. Well, this is a tricky single. Not for someone like him. They see the angle that he created. As long as he goes over that first flight, he hasn't got a problem with it.
Yeah, just change the trajectory so those flights are nowhere near the flight. Change the flight path, come in from the side. You're not going to catch it and end up in the treble and busting his score. And he does take out double 10. 14 darter. The gap is cut to just one leg. Martin Lukeman holds the advantage, but Nathan Aspinall is playing better, ridiculously.
A question for you about people like Aspinall. It's not so applicable for Lukeman because he hasn't got a PDC title yet, but for people who have got a generous wealth of titles, if they haven't won by this time of the season, at which point do they start to think, is this going to be a season where I do not win?
Well, look, you're better placed to answer that than I am, Paul. I mean, you won multiple titles. Some years you won more than one.
Yep.
But how did you feel about it? I mean, if you got to the end of a year and you felt you played well, you'd earned a load of money, but you didn't have a title, was it a failure of a year?
Yes. 2012 was a failure. I lost in the final of European Tour event in the Netherlands. That, at the time, was a pretty decent result, but I really felt like I could have won it. 2013, the same, 2 finals. I never won again. I've always said if I'd have won the World Cup final, I would have won lots more. But for Aspinall, I think he wants to win anything this year just to set him on the right path.
Well, he's certainly playing darts good enough to do it. You saw it there. He actually re-gripped twice and then smashed into big treble straight away. Oh, there's room for another. He's got another. Has he got double 16?
He could have got another 2 in that bullseye. With those darts. They're not even the slimmest ones.
Still on, but he's going to have to go to the 11 segment.
Oh, it'd be so ironic if he gets 11 in bull. He's already hit the bull in this match.
Can he do it again? Oh, not this time, Martin Lukeman. Pays the price for missing the big number. Only got one at the bull instead of the outer ring. We've got a level game. Nathan Aspinall's big scoring and persistent big scoring pays dividends as he levels the match.
Yeah, his scoring is rather insatiable.
That is his 12th two-treble visit in this game. He is hitting 2 a leg. 128 first 9 average. He's getting nearly close to 400 points with his first 3 visits.
Yeah, 128. Let's work that out. He's leaving 126 on average after 9 darts. Ish. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, you're giving yourself chances of 4 visit legs. Now, he's only had 1. He's had an 11 darter. But he could have had another one in that previous leg, were it not for missed double. He's constantly there.
That's where you want to be as an elite player. You want to be leaving, let's say, 121 to 161 every leg. That's what you want to do. It doesn't mean you're going to do it.
No.
But in this game, he is.
If you're doing that every game, you'd be winning titles left, right, and centre.
He's nowhere near 126 or 7, but he has passed it with visit 4. I think Martin Lukeman's resistance in the first 4 legs has been somewhat shattered if this goes.
Kiss off the barrel. Well, I think it caught a little bit of the flight, but it found the target. 4-3. Nathan Aspinall, he leads for the first time in this game. He has won 4 out of the last 5 legs.
Performance of the afternoon so far. And I emphasize the so far bit. He doesn't care about being the performance of the afternoon. He just wants to be through. Joe Cullen, over the course of his European Tour career, has many times put in performances like this and not won the tournament.
Yep.
He showed in Hungary last year that you don't need your A game to win a tournament on the European Tour. You just need to win the right moments.
Well, his scoring has allowed him to be a little bit profligate on the doubles and still be leading this match. If it had been any less, Martin Lukeman has been sharp enough in this game, but he could have punished Nathan Aspinall if his scoring was a little bit off. But it is on point today. This is actually a poor scoring leg from him.
Just like the last one. And then he hit a maximum.
180.
Let's see if he does it again. That's exactly what Lukeman does not want. It's not going to happen. But just to prove your point about the doubling in this game,
59.
Nathan has had twice as many shots as Martin. Double 10. Oh, that's fabulous. That is really good from Smash. This game isn't over yet.
Well, that's Martin Lukeman's best leg of the match, a 14 darter. And the regret, it doesn't stop him. It must be frustrating. It must be mentally exhausting having to do this over and over again and not being able to throw exactly when you want and having to restart and reset. But it does not stop him throwing world-class darts.
Do you know what he's starting to remind me of in sporting terms? Kevin Na, great American golfer, had real problems setting himself on the tee and with certain fairway shots. Still an incredible golfer, even with lots of idiosyncrasies with his game. It can be done, but like you say, it's just harder work.
Yeah, the thing that you would worry about a little bit, and while he has, for the majority of this game, it's not been an issue, and even when it has manifested itself, he's been brilliant anyway. But how does this hold up in a best of 13 sets game at the World Championship, where it's already a draining, physically and mentally exhausting exercise? Can you do it all the way through?
Look at it this way, Dan. He's still in with a shout to the playoffs in the Premier League after 15 weeks.
Yeah, quite. Okay, well, the chance has gone for the 1-2-6. He's missed it by quite some distance, actually.
He could have gone the Dirk approach there and just gone for anything.
Yeah, yeah, that appears to be Dirk's new thing.
Nice leave after 12.
Well, Martin Lukeman last year, when he was playing his best stuff, he had a bit of a habit of defying massive averages on the Euro Tour. Did it to Damon Heta a couple of times. Do not count him out of this. Nathan Aspinall was counting up that leg for a moment there.
Is this too close? Oh, it's not, you know. How big was that shot? Twofold as well. Look at Aspinall's sigh of relief. Great dart. I thought it was too close. He's got half the bed to aim at. He finds it. He misses that. Lukeman's on double 18 and the game changes the other way.
Well, it's a heck of a contest, this. It's a marvel that Martin Lukeman hasn't been blown off the board, but it has been pretty stern resistance from Smash.
You know, I remember it was about 14 months ago, and it was prior to Martin making the final in Munich. Mark Webster said to me, I haven't seen much of Smash, but I like him.
Yeah, he was one of the biggest cheerleaders for Martin Lukeman last year, and that was before things started to really happen for him on the Euro Tour.
Mark was right.
He was. 58. He's been second best today, but not by very much, and he could still turn it round. But I think he's going to have to rely on Nathan missing. There have been a couple of legs in this match where he has had chances to win them and hasn't been able to take those chances, Nathan Aspinall. I think Lukeman's going to have to rely on at least another instance of that.
I almost want this to go last leg decider. There are players that have been eliminated this afternoon in the VIP area because they want to watch this game.
Oh, what a set-up shot that is. Magnificent.
He's just hit 153 and Lukeman needed 153.
58.
A beautiful set-up shot. Provides him with match darts. Nathan Aspinall. The performance of the tournament so far from the Asp. A 6-4 victory. Big numbers. Enormous scoring. And even Nathan Aspinall cannot stop himself. He is through to the final day of the Czech Darts Open. And it is Ryan Searle, heavy metal, the number 10 seed, who stands in his way. He'll probably be delighted he's not playing Danny Noppert again, because that's happened 3 times in the last month on the Euro Tour. But if Nathan Aspinall continues to score like that, heavy metal Ryan Searle, Danny Noppert, any of them may struggle to stop him. Lukeman bows out, and Aspinall completes the afternoon session with a 6-4 victory. So here we go, that wraps up the afternoon session. Nathan Aspinall beating Martin Lukeman, the performance of the day so far. Geert van Duijvenbode in that real battle with Mario Vandenbogaerde, and the only seeded player to fall was Martin Schindler, beaten by Kim Huybrechts. So Huybrechts joins Chisnall, Searle, Heta, Rock and Andrew Gilding, all in the last 16 tomorrow afternoon. We'll be back here in Prague in a couple of hours' time for the rest of the second round. And it is when we see the start of the title defence. Luke Humphries, the number 1 seed, against European champion Ross Smith, who was scintillating last night. But we get started with a special one, Jose de Souza against Danny Nopper. We got the world number 3, Peter Wright, and the world number 2, Michael van Gerwen. And I tell you what, they could swap places in the world rankings depending on what happens later. We'll see you here in Prague in a couple of hours.